You are tuned in to Daily Story, bringing you true accounts from everyday people navigating modern dating. We appreciate you spending your time with us. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. Let us get into the story. The woman's grip was like iron, surprisingly strong for someone who looked so ordinary. One moment, I was reeling from her chilling confession in the dim, crowded pub, my mind a frantic mess of denial and terror. The next, she would yank me to my feet, propelling me towards the exit before I could even fully register what was happening. My legs felt like jelly, my knees threatening to buckle, but her hold was relentless, a cold vice around my wrist. "Do not even think about it," she would warn, her voice cutting through the pub's cheerful din like a scalpel, as if she could read the desperate, half-formed escape plans sparking in my panicked brain. She would already paid the bill. She was in control. She would been in control from the moment I swiped. Right, from 15 years ago. The world outside the pub hit me like a physical blow. The cool night air, usually a welcome relief after a stuffy bar, now felt sharp and hostile. The familiar street, lined with bustling restaurants and brightly lit storefronts, seemed to warp and twist, losing its comforting normalcy. I glanced around, desperate for an anchor, for a friendly face, for anyone to see the terror in my eyes. But people just walked past, heads down, absorbed in their own conversations, their own lives. No one looked at us. No one seemed to notice the silent struggle, the forced march. It was like I was invisible, a ghost in my own nightmare. She steered me with an almost casual authority, not towards my apartment, not towards a taxi stand, but towards a dark, unmarked sedan parked a little way down the street, tucked away in a shadowed alley between two buildings. It was a nondescript car, the kind you would not look at twice, but now it felt like a predator lurking in the dark. My stomach churned, a cold dread spreading through my veins. This was not a spontaneous decision, this was planned. All of it. "Get in," she said, her voice soft, almost gentle, yet it carried an undeniable command. She opened the passenger door, and I hesitated, my feet rooted to the pavement. Every fiber of my being screamed, "Run!" But where? She knew everything about me. My empty apartment, my dead-end job, the spark I truly craved. She had laid it all out, stripped me bare in that pub. And her eyes, they held a depth of knowledge, a chilling certainty that paralyzed me. It was like looking into the eyes of something ancient, something that had seen countless lives unfold and knew exactly how to manipulate them. "Do not make this difficult, darling," she purred, her smile widening just enough to reveal those unnervingly sharp teeth again. "We have much to do." The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. I knew with a sickening certainty that making it difficult would only make things worse. With a defeated sigh that felt ripped from my very soul, I slid into the passenger seat. The interior of the car was surprisingly clean, almost sterile, with a faint metallic scent I could not quite place. She got in the driver's side, the door clicking shut with a finality that echoed in the sudden silence. The city hum seemed to fade, replaced by the frantic drum of my own blood in my ears. She started the engine, a low, smooth purr, and pulled out of the alley. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the city lights blurring past the window. My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan, any plan. Should I jump out? Scream? But we were already picking up speed, and the streets were emptying. Panic was a cold, constricting band around my chest. "You are wondering where we are going," she said, her voice breaking the silence, startling me. She did not look at me, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. "Do not worry. It is a quiet place, perfect for undisturbed work." Work! I managed to croak, my throat dry. "What kind of work? What do you want from me?" She finally turned her head, a slow, deliberate movement, her ancient eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror. A shiver snaked up my spine. "I already told you," she said, her voice still unnervingly calm. "You are my greatest work. A rare orchid. And now, You are ready to bloom. My heart hammered against my ribs. I do not understand, I whispered, though a horrifying understanding was starting to dawn on me. It was not about money or revenge or even some twisted romance. It was about me, as an object, a project. Of course you do not, she chuckled, a low, guttural sound that raised the hairs on my arms. Not yet. But you will. Soon enough, you will see the beauty of it all, the potential I saw in you, that night at the den all those years ago, the raw, untamed energy. Most people, they just exist. They drift through life, never truly living, but you had a spark, a flicker of something extraordinary. She was referring to that drunken, impromptu performance 15 years ago. A terrible open mic night, where I would belted out a blues song with more passion than talent. I would always been embarrassed by it, a youthful folly, but to her, it was an awakening for her. Certainly, I have watched you, she continued, her eyes back on the road, but I could feel their intensity. Seen you struggle, seen you settle, was a shame, really. All that potential, wasted on a dead-end job in an empty apartment, but that is precisely why you are perfect. You are ready to be refined. Refined, the word hung in the air, a chilling premonition. It sounded like something you did to raw ore, to turn it into something useful, or something you did to a specimen. To prepare it for display, we drove for what felt like an eternity, leaving the city's glowing sprawl behind. The streetlights thinned, replaced by the inky blackness of the countryside. The road became narrower, winding through dense woods, the trees looming like skeletal fingers against the moonless sky. The air grew colder, and a thick fog began to roll in, obscuring everything beyond the headlights. Finally, she turned off the main road onto a gravel path, barely visible through the mist. The car bumped and rattled, the tires crunching loudly. The path seemed to go on forever, deeper and deeper into the suffocating darkness of the woods. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. This was where whatever terrifying plan she had for me would unfold. Through the swirling fog, a shape began to emerge. It was an old house, a Victorian perhaps, but it looked less like a home and more like a decaying monument. Dark, imposing, with sharp gables and a turret that seemed to pierce the sky. Windows, dark and vacant, stared out like empty eyes. It was the kind of house you would see in a horror movie, isolated and forgotten, radiating an oppressive sense of dread. No other lights were visible anywhere around. We were truly alone. She pulled the car up to the front, the headlights illuminating peeling paint, overgrown bushes, and a sagging porch. The silence after the engine cut was deafening, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl and the frantic hammering of my heart. "Welcome home, darling," she said, a hint of genuine warmth in her voice that was more terrifying than any threat. She got out of the car, and I watched, frozen, as she walked around to my side, opened the door, and offered me her hand. I did not take it. I just sat there, staring at the looming darkness of the house, at the abyss she was leading me into. "Come now," she said, her tone hardening slightly. "No need to prolong the inevitable." With a desperate, shaky breath, I forced myself out of the car. The cold, damp air instantly enveloped me, carrying the smell of decaying leaves and something else, something faintly metallic and earthy, like old blood and damp soil. The house loomed over us, a silent, monstrous sentinel. She led me up the creaking porch steps, her grip firm on my arm. The front door was heavy, made of dark, aged wood, and it opened with a groan that seemed to echo through the entire house. Inside, it was even colder than outside, and utterly silent. The air was thick with the scent of dust, old paper, and that same metallic earthy smell. The entrance hall was cavernous, dimly lit by a single, flickering gas lamp on a pedestal. Shadows danced and writhed in the corners, making the antique furniture seem to shift and contort. Cobwebs draped from the high ceilings like ghostly curtains. It felt less like a house and more like a tomb. "This is where we will begin," she announced, her voice echoing in the oppressive silence. She did not lead me to a living room or a kitchen, or any of the places you would expect in a home. Instead, she guided me down a long, narrow corridor, deeper into the house. The floorboards groaned under our weight with every step. "I have spent years preparing for this," she mused, as if we were discussing a dinner party. "Finding the right vessel, cultivating the conditions. It takes patience, you see. True art always does." My stomach clenched. Vessel? That is what I was to her. A container. We reached a heavy wooden door at the very end of the corridor. It was plain, unadorned, but it radiated an unsettling aura. She produced a large, ornate iron key from her pocket and inserted it into the lock. The click and grind of the tumblers sounded unnaturally loud in the silence. The door swung open, revealing a room bathed in a soft greenish light. It was not natural light. It came from several strange, glowing fixtures suspended from the ceiling. My eyes widened in horror. This was not a bedroom or a study. This was a laboratory. The room was large, circular, with stone walls that looked ancient. In the center stood a raised platform, and on it a long, narrow table made of some dark, polished stone. Restraints, made of thick leather, were attached to its edges. Around the perimeter of the room, shelves lined the walls, filled with an array of unsettling objects. Glass jars containing strange, preserved specimens floating in murky liquid, intricate brass instruments I did not recognize, bound leather tomes, and, unsettlingly, dozens of potted orchids, their exotic blooms glowing faintly in the green light. But what truly made my blood run cold were the drawings and diagrams plastered on one section of the wall. They were intricate anatomical sketches, not of human bodies, but something other, something with elongated limbs, multiple eyes, and strange, tendril-like appendages. And among them, disturbingly, were sketches that vaguely resembled me, but distorted, with subtle additions, transformations. "Behold," she said, gesturing around the room with an expansive sweep of her hand. "My sanctuary, my studio, and soon, the birthplace of your true self." I felt a scream building in my throat, but it died before it could escape. My legs trembled violently, threatening to give out completely. This was it. This was the next phase. She led me towards the stone table, her grip still firm. "Lie down," she instructed, her voice devoid of any emotion now. It was purely clinical. "No." I choked out, finally finding my voice, though it was weak and trembling. "Please, no." "What are you doing? What are you—" She stopped, turning to face me fully. The green light cast eerie shadows on her face, making her sharp features seem even more angular, more predatory. Her eyes, those ancient, knowing eyes, seemed to swirl with an inner light. "I am a cultivator," she stated simply, her voice resonating with an authority that was not quite human. "I find potential, nurture it, guide it. I help things evolve. And you, darling, are a magnificent specimen, a perfect blend of fragility and raw energy. You just needed a little push. Push towards what?" I demanded, tears stinging my eyes. "Some kind of monster. Is that what you want to turn me into?" She chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. "Monster. Such a human term. You will become something far greater, something more attuned. You see, the spark I saw in you that night, it was not just passion. It was an echo, a resonance with something ancient, something that sleeps beneath the surface of this world. You have the capacity to connect, to receive, and I am here to facilitate that connection." She took a step closer, her gaze intense. "The world is teeming with energies, with whispers from beyond the veil. Most people are deaf, blind to it. But you had an open channel, a faint one, yes, but open nonetheless. I merely need to widen it, to make you a conduit, a receiver, a conduit, a receiver." The words sent a fresh wave of terror through me. She was not just transforming me, she was turning me into a tool. And what happens when I am a conduit? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Her smile returned, sharp and chilling. You will see, you will hear, you will feel the true tapestry of existence. And through you, I will gain access to the things that whisper, to the energies that hunger. My mind reeled. This was not just about me. It was about something far larger, far more cosmic and horrifying. She was using me to tap into some unknown, malevolent force. Now, she said, her voice snapping me back to the present, it is time. She pushed me gently but firmly towards the stone table. I stumbled, my legs finally giving out, and I collapsed onto its cold, hard surface. The green light intensified, making the room spin. The metallic earthy scent was stronger here, almost overwhelming. Before I could even think of struggling, she was upon me, her movements surprisingly swift and powerful. She secured my wrists and ankles with the leather straps, pulling them tight. I thrashed, screamed, pleaded, but my voice was swallowed by the thick stone walls. She worked with an unnerving efficiency, her face impassive. Once I was fully restrained, she stepped back, surveying her work with an artist's critical eye. Perfect, she murmured. Then, she moved to a nearby cabinet and retrieved a collection of instruments. They were not scalpels or needles, not exactly. They were slender, made of dark, gleaming metal, with intricate carvings and strange, glowing tips. Some looked like tuning forks, others like delicate probes. This won't hurt much, she said, picking up one of the glowing probes. A little discomfort, perhaps a sensation of stretching, of opening. My eyes darted around the room, frantic, searching for any escape, any hope. But there was none. The dark windows were too high, the door too solid. I was utterly at her mercy. She leaned over me, her face inches from mine. Her breath was cold, carrying that same strange metallic scent. Her eyes, illuminated by the green light, seemed to pierce through me, seeing not my fear, but the spark she so desired. Relax, darling, she whispered, her voice a silken thread, weaving into my terrified mind. Embrace it. Embrace the awakening. The cultivation is complete. Now, the bloom. The glowing tip of the probe descended, hovering just above my forehead. I could feel a faint warmth, a tingling sensation. My body tensed, every muscle screaming in protest. I closed my eyes, bracing for whatever horror was about to unfold. Then, the probe touched my skin. It was not pain, not at first. It was a sensation unlike anything I had ever experienced. A piercing cold, followed by an intense pressure, as if something was pushing into my skull, slowly, inexorably. I gasped, my back arching against the cold stone. A high-pitched whine began to fill the room, emanating from the probe, or perhaps from inside my own head. My vision swam, flashes of green and black exploding behind my eyelids. I felt a tearing sensation, not physical, but something deeper, as if a veil was being ripped away from my mind. Whispers began to flood my consciousness, faint at first, then growing louder, more insistent. They were not words I understood, but a cacophony of alien sounds, clicks, hisses, guttural rumblings, and something that sounded like distant, mournful singing. The pressure intensified, becoming unbearable. It felt like my brain was being stretched, expanded, forced open. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat, but it was drowned out by the rising tide of alien voices in my head. Then the visions started, not just flashes, but full-blown, terrifying images, vast, empty spaces filled with swirling nebulae of colors I would never see. Towering, impossible structures that defied gravity and logic, and creatures, oh God, the creatures, they were formless, shifting masses of eyes and tentacles, or impossibly thin, insectoid beings with too many limbs, or vast, shadowy leviathans drifting through cosmic oceans. They were all around me, In my mind, their presence overwhelming, their thoughts like shards of ice piercing my very soul. I could feel something entering me, something cold and vast and ancient, pouring into the newly opened channels of my mind. It was a consciousness, or many consciousnesses, flowing into me, eager to experience, to see through my eyes, to feel through my body. My body convulsed, the restraints digging into my skin, but I barely registered the pain. My own thoughts, my own identity, were being drowned out, overwritten by the influx of alien perceptions. I was no longer just me. I was a window, a gateway, a receiver. Through the haze of terror and overwhelming sensory input, I saw her face, illuminated by the green light, smiling. A smile of triumph. She was watching me, observing her greatest work finally blooming. Her eyes, now glowing with the same eerie green light, seemed to drink in the chaos within me, feeding on it, reveling in it. The last thing I remember, before my own consciousness was completely overwhelmed, was a final, horrifying realization. The whispers were not just coming into me, they were also coming from me, and they were hungry, and I was no longer just the receiver. I was becoming the broadcast, the channel, the voice for something unspeakable. The darkness consumed me. Not the absence of light, but a vibrant, living darkness, filled with the echoes of a million alien thoughts, all screaming and whispering through my newly awakened mind. And the last sound I heard before my own identity dissolved into the vastness was her soft, satisfied sigh as her greatest work finally, terrifyingly, came into full bloom. Up next, another story worth listening to. You found me, I whispered. The truth, a physical blow. Her smile widened, teeth too sharp, reflecting the dim pub lights like tiny, predatory glints. The air thickened around me, suffocating. My heart, a frantic hummingbird, thrashed against my ribs. This was not a realization. It was a surrender. I was caught. "Oh, darling," she purred, her voice a silken rope tightening around my throat. "I did not find you. I cultivated you, like a rare orchid. Coaxed from the soil, nurtured, watched until it was ready to bloom. My legs were still rooted. My hands, still trembling on the table's edge, felt numb. The pub, previously a comforting hum of background noise, had gone silent in my head. All I could hear was the frantic drum of my own blood and Sarah's chillingly calm voice. "You are not making sense." I choked out, a desperate, pathetic attempt to cling to normalcy, to deny the impossible, the utterly insane reality. She was painting. She chuckled, a low, throaty sound that vibrated through me. "Oh, I am making perfect sense. You just have not caught up yet. But you will, soon." She leaned forward again, her eyes, those ancient, predatory eyes, boring into mine. "Remember that night 15 years ago? The raw energy, the way you just let go." A cold knot formed in my stomach. The din, blitzkrieg bop, my one-off, drunken, embarrassing performance. How could she know every detail? "It was a mistake," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "A mistake?" Her eyebrow arched. A perfect, elegant curve. "No, my dear, it was an awakening. For both of us, for me, certainly, to witness such unbridled passion, it was truly inspiring." She paused, her gaze unwavering, and I knew right then that I had to have it. All of it. My mind raced, trying to find an exit, a loophole, anything. The pub was crowded, but it felt like we were in a glass box, invisible to everyone else. No one was paying us any attention. They were laughing, talking, living their normal lives, oblivious to the horror unfolding just feet away. "I need to go," I said, my voice gaining a shaky strength. I tried to push my chair back, but my muscles felt like jelly. Sarah did not move. Her smile remained fixed, but her eyes narrowed just a fraction. "Go? Where would you go? Back to your empty apartment, back to your dead-end job, back to that life you pretend to be content with, when all you truly crave is to feel that spark again. She knew everything. My apartment, my job, my suppressed dreams. It was all laid bare, exposed. I felt violated, stripped naked. What do you want from me? I demanded, my voice cracking. Want? She tilted her head, a gesture that should have been innocent, but was utterly sinister. I do not want anything. I have you. You are my greatest work, my masterpiece. And now we begin the next phase. A chill snaked up my spine, colder than any winter wind. The next phase? What did that even mean? My gaze darted around the pub, desperate. Could I scream? Would anyone even hear me? Or would they just think I was having a domestic dispute? Sarah seemed to anticipate my thoughts. Do not even think about it, she said, her voice dropping to a low, firm tone that cut through the background noise like a scalpel. You would not want to make a scene, would you? Not after all the trouble I went to make this evening so perfect. Her hand, surprisingly strong, reached across the table and clamped around my wrist. Her grip was like iron, cold and unyielding. I flinched, trying to pull away, but she held me fast. Let go of me. I hissed, my voice barely a whisper, a frantic plea. Oh, darling, we are just getting started, she purred, her smile widening further, showing a sliver of gum above her two sharp teeth. Besides, I already paid the bill. We have places to be. My blood ran cold. The bill, she had already paid. She was in control. She had been in control from the moment I swiped right. From the moment I stepped into this pub, from 15 years ago, she stood up, pulling me with her. Her grip on my wrist was unwavering. I stumbled, my legs still weak, my mind a storm of panic. People glanced our way, a fleeting flicker of curiosity, then turned back to their own conversations. Just a couple leaving after a date. Nothing to see here. No, I whimpered, digging my heels in. I am not going anywhere with you. Her eyes, those ancient predatory eyes, hardened. You do not have a choice. My dear, you never did. With a surprising surge of strength, she tugged me towards the exit. My feet scraped on the worn floorboards. I tried to dig my heels in, but it was futile. She was stronger than she looked, or perhaps my fear had simply sapped all my strength. The cold night air hit me as we stepped outside. It was a sharp contrast to the stuffy warmth of the pub, but it offered no relief. If anything, it made the situation feel even more real, more terrifying. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. Every car that passed seemed to be rushing away from me, every pedestrian oblivious. Where are we going? I gasped, trying to twist my arm free. Her grip was relentless. To a place where you can truly shine, she said, a disturbing lightness in her tone. Where you can finally be appreciated. She led me down the street, away from the main road, towards a darker, quieter alleyway. Panic flared in my chest, hot and suffocating. This was it. This was where it ended. I pictured a knife, a dark corner, a desperate struggle. Please, I begged, tears starting to prick at my eyes. Just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear. She stopped, turning to face me in the dim glow of a distant street lamp. Her face, usually so composed, now held a hint of amusement. Oh, you will tell everyone, darling. Eventually, but only what I allow you to tell. She reached into her coat pocket with her free hand and pulled out a small, dark vial. My eyes widened. My heart hammered. Was it poison? A sedative? Just a little something to help you relax, she said, her voice soft, almost soothing, as if she were talking to a frightened child. You have had a long day, have not you? And we have a long night ahead. Before I could react, she uncorked the vial and brought it swiftly to my nose. A sweet, cloying scent, like overripe fruit mixed with something metallic, filled my nostrils. I tried to pull back, to hold my breath, but it was too late. The fumes invaded my lungs, dizzying me. My head swam. The streetlights blurred, stretching into long, hazy streaks. No, I mumbled, my voice slurring. My legs gave out. I would have collapsed if not for her iron grip. Shh, she whispered, her face inches from mine, her breath warm against my cheek. Just rest now. Everything will be perfect. The world tilted, darkness encroached from the edges of my vision, swallowing the alley, the streetlights, Sarah's smiling face. The last thing I heard was her low, triumphant chuckle, echoing in the rapidly fading corners of my consciousness. I woke to the jarring sensation of being jostled. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent ache. My mouth was dry, my tongue thick. My eyes fluttered open, struggling against the heavy weight of sleep. I was in a car, a dark, spacious SUV. I was lying across the back seat, my head propped awkwardly against the window. Outside, the world was a blur of night, trees, then houses, then endless, dark stretches of road. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the lingering fog of the sedative. Sarah. She was driving. Her silhouette was visible. In the driver's seat, her hand steady on the wheel, the faint glow of the dashboard lights illuminated her profile. She looked calm, focused. Awake, finally, she said, her voice surprisingly close, as if she knew the moment I regained consciousness. She did not turn her head. I tried to speak, but my throat was raw. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale chemicals in my mouth. Where are we going? Almost there, she replied, a hint of excitement in her tone. We are going somewhere special. Just for you. I pushed myself up, my muscles protesting. My head spun, and I had to close my eyes for a moment. When I opened them again, I saw that my wrists were bound together with heavy-duty zip ties. My ankles, too. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. I was completely helpless. What have you done? I whispered, my voice trembling. Ensured your comfort and safety. Darling, she said, still not looking at me, you would not want to hurt yourself. Or, worse, get lost, would you? I tested the zip ties. They were tight, digging into my skin. No chance of breaking them. I was trapped. Why are you doing this? I pleaded, a sob catching in my throat. What do you want? She sighed, a sound of exasperated patience. I told you. I want to showcase you, to allow you to truly be yourself without the constraints of a mundane world. You have a gift, a spark, a raw, untamed energy. It needs to be seen, preserved. The word hung in the air, heavy and chilling. Like a specimen in a jar, a butterfly pinned to a board. I am not an animal, I said, tears finally escaping and running down my temples into my hair. No, she agreed, her voice surprisingly gentle. You are something far more exquisite. A human being on the cusp of true self-realization, and I am here to guide you through it. The car turned off the main road onto a gravel path. The ride became bumpy, the tires crunching loudly. Trees loomed large on either side, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. There were no streetlights here, only the powerful beams of Sarah's headlights cutting a path through the oppressive darkness. We drove for what felt like an eternity, deeper and deeper into what felt like the middle of nowhere. My mind raced, trying to identify landmarks, anything that could give me a clue as to our location, but it was just endless trees, the occasional glimpse of a distant, shimmering body of water. Finally, the car slowed, then stopped. Sarah turned off the engine, plunging us into a profound silence, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. The darkness outside was absolute, a thick, inky blanket. We are here, she announced, her voice filled with a quiet triumph. She got out of the car, and I heard the click of her door closing. Then my door opened. A gust of cold, damp air rushed in. I shivered, not just from the cold, but from sheer terror. Sarah leaned in, her face a pale mask in the gloom. "Come on, darling. Time to meet your new home." She grabbed my arm, her grip firm, and pulled me out of the car. My bound ankles made it impossible to stand properly. I stumbled, nearly falling, but she held me upright. My eyes strained to see through the darkness. We were in a clearing. In front of us stood a building. It was not a house. It looked like an old, abandoned barn, or perhaps a large, dilapidated workshop. Its windows were boarded up, and the paint was peeling in long, ugly strips. It looked desolate, forgotten, a perfect place for something to be hidden, something to be preserved. "What is this place?" I whispered, my voice barely a croak. "My sanctuary," she replied, her eyes gleaming in the faint moonlight. "Where I keep my treasures. And now, you." She led me towards the building, my bound feet shuffling awkwardly. The ground was uneven, covered in loose stones and dry leaves. Every step was a struggle, a fresh reminder of my helplessness. As we approached, I noticed a heavy, rusted padlock on the main door. Sarah produced a key from her pocket and, with a satisfying clunk, unlocked it. The door groaned open, revealing a cavernous, pitch-black interior. The air inside was cold and stale, smelling of dust, mildew, and something else. Something faintly metallic and organic. My stomach churned. "After you," she said, giving me a gentle shove. I stumbled inside, my eyes trying to adjust, but it was too dark. Sarah followed, and I heard the heavy thud of the door closing behind us, then the ominous clunk of the padlock being resecured. We were sealed in. A moment later, a click, and the darkness was banished by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. Its harsh, yellowish light flickered, casting long, dancing shadows. My breath hitched. My eyes widened in horror. This was not a barn. It was a museum. A grotesque, horrifying museum. The walls were lined with display cases, not for artifacts, but for things, stuffed animals, but not normal ones. They were twisted, distorted, posed in unnatural, nightmarish ways. A fox with too many eyes, a bird with elongated skeletal wings, a rabbit with bared, fang-like teeth. They looked like something out of a deranged taxidermist's fever dream. And then I saw the other displays, glass jars filled with murky liquid, containing what looked like organs or perhaps body parts, and pictures, hundreds of them, pinned to corkboards, newspaper clippings, handwritten notes, all meticulously organized. But what truly made my blood run cold were the mannequins. They stood in various poses dressed in old, faded clothes. Some were missing limbs. Others had crudely stitched on faces. They were not just mannequins. They were unsettling effigies, each one hinting at a story. A life that had been ended. "Beautiful is not it," Sarah said, her voice filled with a sickening pride. She gestured around the room with an expansive sweep of her hand. "My collection. My life's work. Each piece tells a story, each one unique." I stared, paralyzed by a horror so profound it stole my breath. This was not just stalking. This was something far, far worse. She was not just obsessed with me, she was a collector of broken things, a curator of human misery. And I was her latest exhibit. "And now," she continued, her voice drawing me back to her, "for the centerpiece." She walked past me, towards the center of the room. There, bathed in the harsh light of the bulb, stood a large, empty platform. Above it, a metal hook hung from the ceiling. And beside the platform, a single ornate wooden chair. It looked like something from an old opera house, dark and heavy. "This is where you will be," she said, patting the chair with a possessive hand, "where you will perform for me for eternity. Your spark, your raw energy, It will never fade here. My blood ran cold. Perform for eternity. The words echoed in my mind, forming a terrifying mosaic of what she intended. She wanted to preserve my spark. She wanted to keep me here, like one of her grotesque exhibits. Forever. No, I whispered, shaking my head violently. You are insane. I won't do it. She smiled, a chilling, patient smile. Oh, you will. Eventually, everyone does. The human spirit, when properly motivated, is remarkably adaptable, and I am very, very good at motivation. She pulled the chair towards the platform. First, let us get you comfortable. She reached into a small bag she carried, pulling out a pair of heavy-duty bolt cutters. My eyes fixated on them, a glimmer of desperate hope. Could I overpower her? Could I grab them? Do not even think about it, she said, as if reading my mind. She gestured with the cutters towards my bound wrists. These are for your zip ties, not for your freedom. She knelt, and with a series of sharp, metallic snips, she cut the zip ties from my wrists and ankles. The sudden release was both a relief and a terrifying reminder of my vulnerability. I rubbed my raw wrists, the skin chafed and angry. Now, she said, standing up and putting the cutters away, sit. She pointed to the ornate chair. My mind raced. This was my chance. She had unbound me. The door was padlocked, but maybe there was another way out. A window, even boarded up, might be breakable. Instead of sitting, I took a shaky step back, then another. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape route, a weapon, anything. The taxidermied horrors seemed to watch me with their glassy eyes. The mannequin stood silent, eternally waiting. Do not be difficult, Sarah said, her voice losing its patient edge, a hint of steel entering it. It only makes things harder for both of us. I ignored her. My gaze landed on a heavy, rusted crowbar, leaning against a display case in the far corner. It was my only hope. If I could reach it, I am not going to sit down. I said, my voice surprisingly steady, despite the frantic hammering of my heart. I am leaving. Her smile vanished. Her eyes hardened, becoming cold, dead pools. You are not leaving, darling. Not ever. She moved, not rushing, but with a deliberate, predatory grace that sent shivers down my spine. She was between me and the door. Between me and the crowbar, my heart leaped into my throat. I bolted, not towards the door, not towards the crowbar. I feigned a move towards the crowbar, making her hesitate for a split second. Then I veered sharply, scrambling towards the boarded-up windows on the other side of the room. If I could just break through one of the boards, maybe smash the glass, I could scream, draw attention. There might be no one for miles, but it was a chance. Foolish, she murmured, but her voice was closer than I expected. I slammed into the wall, my shoulder aching. I clawed at the boards, my fingers scrabbling at the rough wood. They were nailed shut, tight, too tight. My nails scraped, splintering, but the boards held firm. A hand, surprisingly strong, grabbed my hair, yanking my head back. A gasp escaped my lips, hot and painful. My vision swam. I told you. Sarah hissed, her breath hot against my ear. Do not make this difficult. She twisted, pulling me away from the wall, spinning me around. I stumbled, trying to regain my balance, but she was too fast. Her legs swept out, tripping me. I cried out as I went down, hitting the dusty floor with a sickening thud. The impact knocked the wind out of me. Before I could even think of getting up, she was on me. Her knee pressed into my chest, pinning me to the ground. Her hands, surprisingly small but incredibly powerful, gripped my shoulders. Her face, distorted by rage and something else, something primal and terrifying, loomed over mine. You do not understand, do you? She spat, her voice low and venomous. This is not a game. This is destiny. Your destiny. And I won't let you ruin it. I struggled, squirming beneath her, but she was too heavy, too strong. My lungs burned, starved for air. Her grip on my shoulders tightened, her fingers digging into my flesh. I could feel a sharp pain in my chest, where her knee pressed down. "You will sit in that chair," she growled, her face contorted, "and you will perform for me, for my collection. You will be the greatest exhibit I have ever created." Her eyes, those ancient, predatory eyes, were wide and manic. There was no reasoning with her, no bargaining. She was utterly, completely lost to her delusion. My vision started to blur at the edges. The bare bulb above flickered, casting the room in an even more unsettling light. The taxidermied horrors seemed to leer, the mannequins to mock. I was one of them now, another piece in her macabre collection. My struggles weakened. My breath came in ragged gasps. I was gonna die here, in this forgotten barn, surrounded by her twisted trophies. My final performance, not a blitzkrieg bop, but of a slow, agonizing surrender. Just as the darkness threatened to consume me again, a new sound cut through the silence. A high-pitched, piercing shriek. A fire alarm. Then louder. A relentless, deafening wail. Sarah froze, her head snapping up. Her grip on me loosened, just a fraction. "What is that?" she muttered, her eyes wide with confusion, her manic intensity momentarily broken. My mind, still hazy from the sedative and the lack of oxygen, struggled to process it. A fire alarm, here, in the middle of nowhere. Then I remembered, back in the pub, when she would grab my wrist, my free hand had instinctively fumbled in my pocket, trying to grab my phone. I had not been able to get it out, but I must have accidentally hit the emergency call feature. Or maybe, in my panic, I had pressed the wrong button on my smartwatch, triggering some sort of distress signal. It was a long shot, a desperate, unconscious act. But it was real. The alarm was getting louder, closer, and then another sound. A faint, distant siren. Sarah scrambled off me, her face a mask of disbelief and fury. No, this can't be happening. She ran to the door, fumbling with the padlock, her movements frantic. This was my chance. My lungs burned, but I sucked in a ragged breath. My body screamed in protest, but I pushed myself up, scrambling to my feet. My eyes immediately found the crowbar. It was still there, leaning against the display case. Sarah was still struggling with the padlock, her back to me, cursing under her breath. The siren was undeniably closer now, growing louder with every passing second. I did not hesitate. I lunged for the crowbar. My fingers wrapped around the cold, heavy metal. It felt solid, real, a sudden surge of power in my trembling hands. "You won't ruin this," Sarah shrieked, finally turning, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. She saw the crowbar in my hand, and her face twisted into a snarl. She lunged towards me. But I was ready, driven by pure adrenaline and a primal will to survive. I swung the crowbar with all my might. It connected with something solid. A sickening crack echoed through the barn, mingling with the wail of the alarm and the approaching siren. Sarah cried out, a sharp, surprised yelp of pain. She staggered back, clutching her head. Blood immediately bloomed between her fingers, dark and stark against her pale skin. Her eyes were wide, not with rage now, but with shock and pain. I did not stop. I could not. The fear was too great. The horror of what she intended for me too vivid. I swung again, aiming for her legs. She tried to dodge, but she was disoriented. The crowbar connected with her knee. Another sickening crack. She screamed, a raw, animalistic sound, and crumpled to the floor. "You are not preserving me," I yelled, my voice hoarse, tears streaming down my face. "I am not your exhibit." The siren was practically outside now, a piercing, insistent scream. Flashing red and blue lights flickered through the cracks in the boarded-up windows, painting the inside of the barn in strobing hues of emergency. I did not wait. I stumbled towards the door. My legs still weak, my body aching. I fumbled with the padlock, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the crowbar, let alone operate the lock. They will never understand. Sarah whimpered from the floor, her voice weak but still laced with a chilling conviction. They will never see your true potential. The padlock was still secure. I looked at it, then at the crowbar in my hand. I raised it, brought it down with a desperate, furious swing. The metal shrieked as it connected with the padlock. Once, twice. The third time, the rusted metal gave way with a screech and a shower of sparks. The door burst open just as heavy footsteps pounded outside. Bright flashlights, beams cut through the darkness, blinding me. "Police, drop the weapon," a stern voice commanded. I dropped the crowbar with a clatter, my hands immediately flying up. I stumbled out into the night, gasping for breath, my eyes wide with terror and relief. The cold air hit me, fresh and clean, washing over me like a baptism. Uniformed officers swarmed the clearing, their faces grim, their weapons drawn. They saw Sarah bleeding and moaning on the floor inside the barn. They saw the grotesque collection, the jars, the mannequins. Their expression shifted from caution to horrified disbelief. One officer, a woman with kind eyes, gently took my arm. "Are you all right, sir? What happened here?" I tried to speak, but the words would not come. I just stood there, shivering uncontrollably, pointing back at the barn, at Sarah, at the nightmare I had just escaped. The flashing lights painted the scene in a surreal, horrifying tableau. They found her collection, of course. The police investigated. Sarah was arrested, charged with assault, kidnapping, and more. Her sanctuary was dismantled, her exhibits cataloged as evidence. The news reports were sensational, painting her as a deranged artist, a collector of souls. But no one truly understood, not the police, not the reporters, not even the therapists I saw for months afterward. They heard the story, they saw the evidence, but they did not feel the tendril of dread, the chilling pronouncement of a hunter selecting its prey. They did not hear her purr. I have always been there, watching, learning, appreciating. I escaped. I am free. But the word "chose" still sends a cold shiver down my spine. Every time I see a fixed smile, every time someone looks at me with an intensity that feels a little too deep, a little too knowing, I freeze. I check my surroundings. I feel the phantom grip on my wrist, the taste of that cloying sedative. Because even though Sarah is locked away, her words echo in the quiet corners of my mind. "You are not leaving, darling. Not ever." And sometimes, in the dead of night, I wonder if she was right. I escaped her barn, but I will never truly escape being her chosen exhibit. And I will always wonder in the shadows if there are others like her, still watching, still waiting for their own masterpiece to bloom. And now we shift forward once again. I usually swiped left on anyone who seemed too intense, too perfect, or too obviously fake. But Sarah's profile picture, a kind smile, eyes that sparkled with a curious intelligence drew me in. She looked genuine, approachable, maybe a little quirky. Our messages were easy, fun, and after a week of back and forth, we decided to meet up. I had no idea that a simple first date would unravel everything I thought I knew about privacy and safety, turning my world into a cold, terrifying labyrinth. The bar we picked was called the Rusty Mug, a place I would been to a few times. It was dimly lit, cozy, with the faint scent of old wood and spilled beer. I arrived a few minutes early, nervous but excited. She was already there, sitting at a small table in the corner, nursing a sparkling water. She looked even better in person. Her dark hair fell in soft waves around her shoulders, and her eyes, a deep shade of hazel, seemed to hold a quiet intensity. "Alex?" she asked, her voice soft, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "Sarah," I replied, feeling a genuine smile spread across my face. We shook hands, a light, brief touch, and I sat down. The initial small talk was easy enough. We talked about our jobs, the weather, the surprisingly good playlist the bar had on. She was a graphic designer, just like me, which felt like a good sign. We laughed about the usual dating app horror stories. Everything felt normal, comfortable. Then she asked, "So, still drinking black coffee, no sugar?" I paused, my half-raised beer glass hovering in the air. "Yeah, how'd you know that?" I tried to sound casual, but a tiny prickle of unease started at the back of my neck. It was not something I would put on my profile, and we had not talked about coffee preferences in our messages. She shrugged, a charming, almost innocent gesture. "Oh, I do not know. I guess I just assumed it feels like a black coffee kind of vibe you give off." She chuckled, and I forced a laugh, but the prickle intensified. It was a weird thing to assume, but maybe she was just observant. I dismissed it, telling myself not to be paranoid. We talked for another half hour, the conversation flowing smoothly. She was engaging, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. My earlier unease began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of comfort. Maybe I was just overthinking things. She said, leaning forward slightly, her eyes locking onto mine. "I really liked that band you used to play in..." My heart gave a little jolt. "My band?" I asked, my voice a little higher than I intended. "How did you know about that?" "That was years ago. Back in college. We were terrible." "Oh, come on," she teased. "You were not that bad." I saw an old video on YouTube. Crimson Tide, right? You were pretty good on the bass. Okay, that was definitely specific. I had completely forgotten about that video. It was buried deep in the archives of the internet, an embarrassing relic from my youth. Most people would not even know where to look. I would mention it once, maybe twice, to very close friends, but never online, never on my Tinder profile. "Wow," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "You really did your homework." I attempted a lighthearted chuckle, but it felt hollow. "Just a little research," she said, her smile unwavering, but her eyes held a strange, almost knowing glint. "It is good to know who you are meeting, right?" I nodded, taking a long swig of my beer. My stomach was starting to knot. This was not just research. This was digging. Deep digging! Most people would maybe glance at my Instagram or LinkedIn. This felt different. "So," I said, trying to steer the conversation to safer ground, "what kind of music are you into?" She talked about music for a bit, but her answers felt a little vague, almost like she was reciting facts rather than sharing genuine passion. It was another small detail that did not quite fit. She seemed to know so much about me, but revealed so little about herself. After another drink, I suggested we head somewhere a bit quieter. The rusty mug was getting louder, and I felt a strange urge to be in a more open space, or at least somewhere I could think more clearly. "Sure," she said, finishing her sparkling water. "I know a great little pub down the street. It has got a much more relaxed vibe." She led the way, and I followed, my mind racing. I told myself to calm down. Maybe she was just a really thorough person. A little intense, sure, but not necessarily dangerous. People were just more open online these days, and maybe I had not realized how much information was out there. The pub she led me to was indeed quieter, almost deserted. It was an old-fashioned place, with dark wood panels and a heavy, musty smell. We sat at a small, secluded booth in the back. The silence felt heavier here, more noticeable. So she began, her voice dropping to a softer, almost conspiratorial tone. "How's your sister, Emily? I heard she just got engaged." My blood ran cold. This was it. This was the moment the alarm bells went from a gentle chime to a full-blown siren in my head. Emily's engagement had happened last week. She would only told our immediate family and a handful of her closest friends. She definitely had not posted anything about it on social media yet. There was no way Sarah could know this. She has not posted anything. I stammered, my mouth suddenly dry. "How do you know that?" Sarah's smile did not falter, but her eyes held a new, unnerving intensity. Oh, I must have misremembered, she said, her voice still soft, almost playful. You know how the internet is so much information flying around? It is easy to get things mixed up. But she did not look like she was mixed up. She looked like she knew exactly what she was saying, and she was enjoying my reaction. A cold dread seeped into my bones. This was not a mistake. This was deliberate. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. "Sarah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I think I need to go. I just remembered I have an early meeting tomorrow." Her smile faded, replaced by a look of disappointment, almost hurt. "Oh, already? But we were just getting to know each other." "Alex, I feel like we have so much more to talk about." "I really do have to go," I insisted, pushing myself up from the booth. My heart was pounding. A frantic drum against my ribs. I just needed to get out of there. She stood up too, slowly, deliberately. She was blocking my path to the aisle. "Do not." "You want to know how I knew about Emily?" she asked, her voice a whisper now, barely audible over the distant hum of the bar fridge. I stared at her, frozen. "How?" She pulled out her phone, not to check the time, but to show me something. It was a photo of my living room, but from inside. My laptop was open on the coffee table, a half-eaten bowl of cereal next to it. My favorite blue mug, the one with the chipped rim, sat beside the laptop. The photo had been taken recently. Judging by the timestamp, my breath hitched in my throat. What is this?" I managed to croak out, my voice barely a whisper. A peek behind the curtain. "Alex," she purred, her voice no longer sweet, but laced with a chilling possessiveness. "I told you I wanted to understand you." My mind reeled. This was not just a stalker. This was someone who had been inside my apartment. My sanctuary, my private space, had been violated. "You have been in my apartment?" I demanded, my voice rising. "Of course," she said, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. How else could I get to know the real you? The Alex who wakes up with bedhead and still dreams about a faceless man in the woods. The world tilted, a faceless man in the woods. That was my recurring childhood nightmare. A terrifying image I had not thought about in years. A secret fear I had never, ever shared with anyone. Not my family, not my closest friends, not even past girlfriends. It was deeply buried, personal terror. "How do you know about that?" My voice was trembling now, laced with genuine fear. "It is okay," she whispered, stepping closer, her hand reaching out, almost touching my arm. "I have been there with you, in a way, watching over you, protecting you." She began to recount details from my life, things that were impossible for her to know. The scar on my left knee from a bike accident when I was 8, the specific brand of Earl Grey tea I drank every morning, the way I always left my keys on the counter instead of the hook by the door, the exact number of times I would hit snooze on my alarm this morning. "I even helped you find that new job," she said, a triumphant glint in her eyes. "Remember that anonymous tip about the opening at Sterling Co. That was me. I knew it was perfect for you. I arranged for your resume to be seen by the right person." I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. All those little things I would dismiss. The misplaced keys, the faint scent of lilies in my apartment when I knew I had not bought any, the strange feeling of being watched when I was alone, the inexplicable good luck with the job application. I would always chalk them up to my imagination, my forgetfulness, or just random chance. Now a horrifying picture was forming. She was not just watching me, she was living in the periphery of my life, subtly manipulating it, making me question my own sanity. She had essentially been a ghost in my machine, a puppeteer pulling strings I did not even know existed. The Tinder profile, she continued, her voice dropping lower, was just for convenience. To make it official, to finally meet face to face. I wanted to see the look in your eyes when you finally understood, when you finally realized how deeply connected we are. We are not connected. I finally snapped, my fear turning into a surge of desperate anger. "You are a psycho. You have broken into my home. You have stalked me. You have messed with my life." Her expression hardened. The gentle smile vanished, replaced by a cold, unsettling blankness. Do not say that, Alex. We are meant to be. I have known it for a long time. I have been cultivating our destiny. I could not take it anymore. I had to get out. I lunged past her, scrambling for the exit. She was surprisingly fast, grabbing my arm with a grip that felt like steel. "You are not leaving," she said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. "Not yet. We still have so much to discuss." I struggled, adrenaline coursing through me. I remembered a self-defense class I would taken years ago. I twisted my arm, using her momentum against her, and shoved her hard. She stumbled backward, hitting the old wooden wall with a sickening thud. She let out a small gasp. Momentarily stunned, that was my chance. I did not look back. I sprinted out of the pub, my heart hammering against my ribs, echoing in my ears. I burst onto the dark street, gasping for air, and ran, blindly, toward the distant glow of the main road. I heard her shout something, a garbled sound lost in the pounding of my blood and the frantic rhythm of my feet hitting the pavement. I did not stop until I reached the brightly lit intersection. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but I kept going, scanning the street for a taxi. Finally, I spotted one, its yellow light a beacon of hope. I practically threw myself into the back seat, breathless, giving the driver my address. Just drive, I panted, leaning back against the seat, trying to calm my racing heart. The drive home was a blur. Every shadow seemed to hold her presence. Every car that passed felt like it was following me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see her face in the rearview mirror. When I finally reached my apartment building, I paid the driver, practically sprinting inside. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. Once inside, I slammed the door shut, locking every deadbolt, every chain. I checked the windows, making sure they were all securely latched. I felt a desperate need to barricade myself, to make my apartment a fortress against the unseen terror that now lurked outside. I tried to call the police, but what would I say? My Tinder date knew everything about me and said she would have been manipulating my life. They would think I was crazy. They would ask for proof, and all I had was a chilling photograph on her phone, a memory of a childhood nightmare, and a gut-wrenching feeling of violation. I tried to find her Tinder profile to report her, but it was gone, completely vanished, as if she would never existed. The days that followed were a blur of paranoia and sleepless nights. Every shadow, every creak in the floorboards, every unexpected sound sent a jolt of terror through me. I changed all the locks on my apartment, installed security cameras, and even bought a self-defense weapon. I deleted all my social media accounts, severing every digital tie that could connect me to the outside world. To her, I jumped at every unexpected text, every unknown number. I could not eat, could not sleep, could not focus on work. My life, once so ordered and predictable, was now a chaotic mess of fear. One morning, about a week later, I woke up from a fitful sleep. The sun was barely peeking through my blinds, casting long, eerie shadows across my living room. I dragged myself out of bed, feeling exhausted and drained. I went to the kitchen to make coffee, a ritual I usually found comforting. I reached for my favorite blue mug, the one with the chipped rim, the one I would use last night and left in the drying rack. But it was not there. My hand brushed against something else, something cold and smooth. My blood ran cold. On the counter, where my mug should have been, was a single wilting lily. Its petals were starting to curl, but the scent, faint and sweet, was unmistakable. And next to it, perfectly folded, was a small, cream-colored note. My hands trembled as I picked it up. The handwriting was elegant, looping script. "You are a fast runner, Alex, but you can't outrun destiny. See you around is so." Sarah, the world spun. She had been here, again, in my apartment, while I was sleeping. The locks, the cameras, the deleted profiles, none of it mattered. She was still out there, closer than ever. The horror was not over. It had just begun, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never truly be safe again. Each moment leads us to the next one. The silent calls had become a daily ritual, a perverse morning alarm. My phone would buzz, an unknown number, and when I answered, there was nothing but a faint, almost imperceptible whisper of breathing on the other end. No words, no threats, just the chilling confirmation that he was there, listening, waiting for me to acknowledge his presence. Sometimes, I would hold the phone to my ear for minutes, my own breath catching in my throat, trying to discern any other sound, any clue. But there was never anything, just the void, and the phantom sensation of his eyes on me. The packages continued too, arriving with unnerving precision. A delicate silver necklace, then a first edition of a book I would mention on our date. He was not just watching my movements, he was inside my head, picking apart my preferences, my dreams, my very being. Each delivery was a fresh punch to the gut, a reminder that my full name, my address, my deepest desires were not only known to him, but weaponized. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a glass cage. The heavy-duty deadbolt, the extra window locks, the security cameras, the industrial-strength pepper spray clutched in my hand, the kitchen knife under my pillow. They were just props in a macabre play. A flimsy shield against an invisible, omnipresent enemy. For a few days, a fragile calm had settled. A dangerous delusion that maybe, just maybe, he would gotten bored. But that was a lie, I told myself in the quiet hours of the night, when every creak of the building sounded like footsteps, every shadow a lurking figure. The packages and the silent calls were just the prelude. The real terror, I would soon learn, had only just begun. It was a Tuesday, a day like any other, or so I tried to convince myself. I was making coffee, the mundane ritual, a desperate attempt to anchor myself in reality. My phone, sitting on the counter, buzzed. Unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at it, my hand shaking so badly, I almost dropped the mug. It rang twice, then stopped. A moment later, a text message popped up. Also from an unknown number. My stomach churned. I rarely got texts from unknown numbers, with a dread that felt like a physical weight. I tapped it open. It was a picture of my apartment building, taken from across the street. My window, the one I would diligently kept curtains drawn, was clearly visible, and in the bottom corner of the photo, almost an afterthought, was a small, crumpled rose, identical to the one he would left on my windshield. The message accompanying it was simple. 2 words, "Good morning." My breath hitched. He was not just calling, he was not just sending packages, he was outside. Right now, or moments ago, my blood ran cold, a wave of nausea washing over me. I stumbled backward, knocking over the coffee pot. Hot liquid spilled across the counter, but I did not care. My eyes were glued to the picture, then darted wildly to my window. I could not see anything, just the usual street scene, parked cars, a few pedestrians. But he had been there. He was always there. I spent the next hour pressed against the wall, peering out through a tiny gap in the curtains, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every car that slowed down, every person who glanced my way sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. The world outside had become a hostile, predatory landscape. My apartment, once a fortress, now felt like a glass box. He could see and I could not see him. That night, I did not sleep. I paced. I checked the locks. I watched the camera feeds on my tablet. The grainy black and white images of my front door, the hallway outside, the alley below my window, they offered no comfort, only the chilling reminder that he could be just out of frame. A ghost in the periphery. The following week, the game escalated. The packages stopped. The silent calls stopped. For 3 agonizing days, there was nothing, no buzz, no deliveries, no unsettling texts. The silence was worse than the intrusion. It was a suffocating, heavy blanket, pressing down on me, making me jump at every shadow, every unexpected noise. I started to question my sanity. Had it all been a nightmare? Was I imagining things? Then, I came home from work to find it. Not a package, not a note, but something far more insidious. My mail slot, a small flap in my front door, was slightly ajar. I always made sure it was flush. Always. My hand trembled as I pushed it closed. It clicked, but the unease had already set in. I unlocked the deadbolt, pushed open the door, and stepped inside, my pepper spray clutched tight. The apartment looked normal. Everything was in its place. My heart was still pounding, but a sliver of relief started to creep in. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe I had not closed it properly this morning. I walked into the kitchen, my eyes scanning every surface, every detail. That is when I saw it. On my kitchen counter, next to the small orchid I kept there, was a single perfect white feather. It was not mine. I did not own any birds, did not have feather pillows. It was pristine, almost luminous against the dark granite. And it was not just on the counter. It was placed deliberately, resting on a small, smooth river stone I used as a paperweight. My blood ran cold. He had not just opened the mail slot he had entered. He had been inside my home, in my sanctuary, while I was gone. He had walked through my rooms, touched my things, and left a calling card. The feather, so delicate, so innocent, felt like a branding iron against my soul. He was not just watching, he was breaching. The locks, the cameras, the knife under my pillow, they were all meaningless. He was inside, and he had left a symbol, a chilling message, that he could come and go as he pleased. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bedroom, the door barricaded with a chair, the knife clutched in my hand. Every shadow became a monster, every creak of the floorboards, a footstep. I did not dare sleep. The thought of him having been in my bed, in my bathroom, in my closet, was a violation so profound it made me want to claw at my own skin. The next morning, I called the police again. My voice was hoarse, trembling. I explained about the feather, about the mail slot. The officer on the phone was polite, but weary. "Madam," he said, "I understand this is very distressing. But a feather, it is not a direct threat. There is no forced entry, no theft. We can send an officer to take a report, but without more evidence, there is little we can do." I hung up, defeated. He was right. To anyone else, a feather was just a feather. To me, it was a declaration of war. He had not just entered my apartment. He would entered my mind, poisoning every corner with dread. My friends tried to help. They offered to stay with me, to let me stay with them. But I could not risk bringing this darkness into their lives. And, in a twisted way, I felt safer in my apartment, even knowing he had been inside. At least here, I knew the battleground. I knew the walls, the windows, the places he might hide. Leaving felt like stepping into the unknown, a wider, more vulnerable world where he could be anywhere. So I isolated myself, pushing them away, convinced that any connection I made would only serve as another pathway for him to reach me. The feather was just the beginning. The next week, I noticed subtle changes. My favorite coffee mug, the one with the chipped rim, was missing from the cupboard. A small, framed photo of my grandmother, usually on my bedside table, was now face down. My toothbrush had been moved from its holder to rest on the edge of the sink. Nothing stolen, nothing broken, just these small, almost imperceptible shifts, designed to make me question my memory, my sanity. Was I really forgetting where I put things? Or was he still coming and going? A silent phantom, rearranging my life like pieces on a chessboard. The paranoia became a living thing, a parasite feeding on my sanity. I started setting traps. a hair on the toilet seat, a piece of string across the bedroom door, a book propped precariously. Each night, I would check them, my heart in my throat. And each morning, I would find them disturbed. The hair gone, the string broken, the book fallen. He was not just entering, he was playing with me. A cruel game of cat and mouse, where I was always the mouse, always one step behind. One evening, I was cooking dinner, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy. The TV was on, a mindless sitcom, but my eyes kept darting to the window, to the door. I was stirring pasta, the steam rising, when my phone buzzed. It was not a call, it was a notification from my security camera app. Motion detected at my front door. My blood ran cold. I dropped the spoon, spaghetti sauce splattering across the stove. My hands fumbled for my tablet, pulling up the live feed. The image was grainy, black and white, but clear enough. A figure stood directly in front of my door, silhouetted against the dim hallway light. It was him. I knew it even though his face was obscured by the angle. He was not trying to open the door, was not knocking. He was just standing there, perfectly still, facing my apartment. And then, he did something that made my stomach drop into my shoes. He slowly raised his hand and pressed it flat against my door. Not a knock, not a bang, just a soft, deliberate press. He held it there for a long moment, then, slowly, almost tenderly, slid it down, leaving behind a faint smudge on the wood. Then, he turned and walked away, disappearing down the hallway without a sound. I stood there, frozen, staring at the empty screen long after he was gone. He was not just watching from afar. He was at my doorstep, touching my door, marking his territory, and the way he did it so calm, so unhurried, so utterly confident it was chilling. It was not a threat of violence, but a profound assertion of ownership. I can touch your world whenever I want. I am here. I did not sleep again that night. I sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, watching the camera feed, waiting for him to return. He did not, but the image of his hand on my door was burned into my mind. The next day, I called my landlord. I told him I needed to move, that I felt unsafe. He was sympathetic but explained the lease terms. Breaking it would be expensive, a financial burden I could not afford. I was trapped, not just by him, but by the practicalities of life. The following days became a blur of terror and exhaustion. I started seeing him everywhere. A man with his build across the street, a car similar to his, parked down the block. I knew it was paranoia, but my mind could not differentiate. Every stranger became a potential threat. Every shadow a lurking menace. My world had shrunk to the four walls of my apartment, and even those felt permeable. Then came the note. It was not slipped under my door or left in my mailbox. I found it when I opened my refrigerator, tucked neatly under a magnet, taped to the milk carton. A small, folded piece of paper. My hands shook so violently I almost could not unfold it. The handwriting was neat, precise, almost elegant. You are beautiful when you sleep. So peaceful. Do not worry. I will always be here to watch over you. My blood ran cold. My breath caught in my throat. He had been in my bedroom. While I slept, the thought sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated terror through me. My fortifications, my locks, my knife, they were all utterly useless. It was a ghost, a phantom, able to bypass every defense. He had watched me sleep. He had been inches from me, breathing the same air. I collapsed onto the kitchen floor, sobbing, gasping for air. The note fluttered from my trembling fingers. This was not just stalking. This was a complete, utter invasion of my most private space, my most vulnerable moments. The police could not help me. My friends could not help me. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. I could not stay here. Not anymore. The apartment was no longer a cage. It was a tomb. A place where I was being slowly suffocated by an invisible presence. I had to leave. I did not care about the lease, about the money, My life was worth more than any financial penalty. That night, I packed a small bag, just essentials, clothes, my phone, some cash, my pepper spray, and the knife. I moved silently, my ears straining for any sound. Every creak, every rustle, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I kept glancing at my bedroom door, imagining his eyes on me as I packed. Around 2 a.m., I was ready. The city was quiet, most people asleep. I had planned my escape meticulously. I would not use the front door. I would go out through the fire escape, which led down to the alley behind my building. It was a risky move, but I felt it was my only chance. Less visible, less predictable. I crept to the window, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I slowly unlocked the window, the click echoing loudly in the silent apartment. I eased it open, a gust of cool night air washing over me. I peered down. The alley was dark, mostly empty. A few trash cans, a stray cat darting between them. As I started to climb out, my foot on the first rung of the fire escape, I heard it. A faint scraping sound from inside my apartment. My blood ran cold. I froze, my body half in, half out of the window. The sound came again, closer this time. A soft, deliberate dragging. It was coming from my bedroom. My mind screamed. He was in there. He had been waiting. My breath hitched. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed by terror. I could not move. My eyes were wide, staring into the darkness of my apartment. And then I heard a voice. Not a whisper, not a shout. A calm, almost gentle voice. His voice. "Leaving so soon, darling?" The words cut through the silence like a razor. My heart seized in my chest. He knew. He had known my plan. He had been there all along, waiting for me to make my move. I did not hesitate. Pure, unadulterated adrenaline surged through me. I scrambled out of the window, not even bothering with the fire escape ladder. I dropped, landing hard on the ground below, pain shooting up my legs. I barely registered it. All I could think was run. I bolted down the alley, my bag thudding against my back, the knife still clutched in my hand. I did not look back. I just ran, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. I burst out of the alley onto a main street, deserted at this hour. My eyes darted around, searching for a taxi, a bus, anything. Then, I saw it. Parked under a flickering street lamp, just a block away, was a dark sedan. Its dented bumper glinted in the dim light. His car. My heart plummeted. He had not just been in my apartment. He had been waiting outside, too. He had anticipated my escape. He was everywhere. I spun around, looking for an alternative route, my mind racing, screaming, where could I go? Where was safe? As I stood there, gasping for breath, paralyzed by the realization of his omnipresence, a single, perfect white feather drifted down from above. It landed softly on my shoulder, a chilling, silent kiss. I looked up, my eyes scanning the dark windows of my apartment building. I could not see anything. But I knew he was there, watching, smiling. I was free from the apartment, but I was not free from him. The terror had just followed me out into the night, a shadow that would never leave. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was just the beginning of my run. He would always be there, a constant, silent presence, tightening the noose, until he decided the game was over. Our next story takes us a little further. The city lights dwindled to pinpricks in the rearview mirror, then vanished altogether, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the cold, sterile silence of the car. Ilara, the woman who'd just abducted me, who'd been watching me for 15 years, drove with an unnerving calm, her hands steady on the wheel. She had said we were going to a quiet place, perfect for undisturbed work. My work, my blooming, the words echoed in my head. A terrifying prophecy. "Do not look so tense, darling," she purred, her voice cutting through the quiet. Her eyes, ancient and knowing, met mine in the mirror, a predatory glint in their depths. "We are almost there. Your sanctuary awaits." Sanctuary? The word tasted like ash in my mouth. I imagined a dank cellar, chains, a concrete floor. But no, that was not her style. She was a curator, an artist. She would want something aesthetic, something designed to break me down in a more insidious way. The paved road gave way to gravel, the tires crunching loudly in the oppressive quiet. We plunged deeper into what felt like an endless forest. The trees, a dense, black wall on either side. The air grew colder, damp, carrying the scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, morphing into imagined threats. My breath hitched in my throat. I tried to speak, to ask where we were going, but my tongue felt like sandpaper. Fear had seized me by the throat, squeezing tight. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the car slowed, then turned off the gravel path onto an even narrower, overgrown dirt track. The headlights cut through the gloom, revealing a silhouette emerging from the trees. It was a house, or what was left of one, an old farmhouse, leaning precariously, its windows like vacant eyes staring out into the darkness. Overgrown weeds clawed at its foundations, and the porch sagged like an old man's back. It looked abandoned, forgotten, swallowed by the wilderness. No other lights, no other signs of life, just us and this decaying structure. "Home," Alara announced, a subtle smile playing on her lips. It was not a warm smile. It was the kind of smile a spider might give a fly caught in its web. She parked the sedan close to the house, its dark paint blending perfectly with the shadows. The engine died, plunging us into an absolute silence, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of unseen creatures in the woods. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. I shivered, not just from the cold. "Out, darling," she commanded, her voice soft but absolute. My legs felt like lead, but I pushed open the door, stepping onto the uneven ground. The cold bit at my skin. As I stood there, paralyzed, she moved to the trunk, pulling out a small, worn leather satchel. She did not have any luggage, no overnight bag. Just that satchel. I wondered what was inside. Tools, instruments for her work. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. She led the way, her movements fluid and silent, like a predator stalking its prey. The porch groaned under our weight as we ascended the creaking steps. The front door, a heavy slab of rotting wood, was unlocked. She pushed it open, revealing a gaping maw of darkness. A musty, earthy smell, tinged with something metallic and vaguely sweet, wafted out. It was the smell of a place long untouched, but also something else, something unsettling. "Welcome to your chrysalis," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the wind sighing through the gaps in the house. I stepped inside, my feet crunching on something gritty. The flashlight beam from Ilara's phone cut a swath through the gloom, revealing a large, cavernous living room. Dust motes danced in the light. Old, faded furniture, covered in white sheets, stood like ghostly figures. The floorboards groaned with every step. I could feel cobwebs brushing against my face, and I instinctively flinched. "Do not worry about the decor," she said, as if reading my thoughts. "It is merely a vessel. We are here for the essence." She bypassed the living room, heading towards a narrow staircase that twisted upwards into deeper shadow. Each step creaked ominously. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. The metallic sweet smell grew stronger up here, a sickly perfume. She stopped at a door at the end of a short hallway. It was slightly ajar. She pushed it open, and a flashlight beam illuminated a small, sparsely furnished room. It was not a dungeon. It was a bedroom. A single cot, covered with a thin, threadbare blanket, sat against one wall. A small, rickety wooden desk and a chair were tucked into a corner. A single, bare window looked out onto nothing but the dense, black silhouettes of trees. There were no bars, but the isolation itself was a prison. "This will be your sanctuary," she announced, her voice resonating in the quiet room. "Your space for creation, for reflection, for blooming." She placed the satchel on the desk. "I expect you to make good use of it." My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. My gaze lingered on the window. It was not barred, but the drop outside looked significant, and the surrounding forest was a labyrinth of darkness. Even if I got out, where would I go? I was miles from anywhere, in the middle of nowhere, with a woman who knew everything about me. "Your phone?" she said, extending a hand. Her voice was gentle, but her eyes were iron. I hesitated, clutching it like a lifeline to the outside world. "Darling, do not make this difficult. Distractions hinder the process." Defeated, I handed it over. She slipped it into her pocket without a glance. "Good. Now, you will find paper and pencils in the satchel. I want you to write, to reflect, to unearth the core of your spark. We begin at dawn." With that, she turned and walked out, pulling the door shut behind her. I heard the distinct click of a lock. Not a traditional lock, but a heavy, old-fashioned bolt sliding into place. The sound echoed in the silence, sealing my fate. I was alone, completely, utterly alone. The darkness pressed in on me. I fumbled for the light switch, but there was none. I was plunged into absolute blackness until my eyes adjusted, barely discerning the faint outline of the window. I stumbled to the cot and sat down, the worn mattress sinking beneath me. The metallic, sweet smell was stronger in here, almost cloying. I tried to identify it, but could not. It just felt wrong. Hours passed. I do not know how many. I lay there listening to the house settle, the wind whispering through the walls, the distant hoot of an owl. My mind raced, replaying every terrifying moment, every chilling word. 15 years. She would watch me for 15 years. I was not just a random victim. I was a carefully chosen specimen, a project. Sleep eventually claimed me, a fitful, nightmare-ridden slumber. I woke with a jolt, the room bathed in the pale gray light of dawn. The air was cold, but the metallic sweet smell seemed to have intensified overnight. It made my stomach churn. A soft rap on the door, then Alara's voice, clear and calm. "Time to begin. My orchid." The bolt slid open with a heavy thud, and she entered, carrying a small tray with a mug of lukewarm water and a single piece of dry toast. "My breakfast." She set it on the desk. "Today, we focus on your early inspirations," she said, her eyes fixed on me. "The moments that ignited your spark. Write about them. Do not filter. Do not censor. Just spill." She sat in the wooden chair, watching me. Just watching. Her gaze was intense, unwavering, making me feel like an insect under a microscope. I picked up a pencil from the satchel. It was a high-quality pencil, along with a stack of thick, cream-colored paper. I stared at the blank page, my mind a void. How could I write? How could I create? Under such terrifying duress. "Do not force it, darling," she purred, as if sensing my internal struggle. "Let it flow. That is what true art is. Unhindered expression." Days blurred into a monotonous, terrifying routine. I ate the sparse meals she provided, always bland, barely enough to sustain me. I wrote. I wrote about my childhood dreams, my aspirations, the open mic night she would mention, my failures, my disappointments, my empty life. She would read everything, her expression unreadable. Sometimes she would nod slowly. Other times, she would simply say, "Deeper, darling. We need to reach the roots." I tried to escape. Once, I rattled the door, testing the lock. It held firm. Another time, I tried the window. It was old, painted shut. Even if I could pry it open, the fall was too great, and the forest outside was a dark, impenetrable maze. I was trapped. Ilara rarely left the house. She seemed to exist on very little sleep or food herself. Her movements were always silent, her presence unsettling. I noticed things about her. Her eyes, those ancient eyes, seemed to shift in color sometimes, from a deep hazel to an almost golden hue, especially when she was focused on my writing. And her teeth. I caught glimpses of them when she smiled, unnervingly sharp, a little too long. I tried to tell myself it was just the dim light, my imagination, twisted by fear, but a cold dread settled in my stomach. She was not just a deluded human woman. There was something else about her. One evening, after I had filled several pages with my tormented prose, she took the stack and began to read. Her lips moved silently, her brow furrowed. Then she looked up, her golden eyes piercing me. "You are holding back, my dear," she said, her voice a low murmur. "You speak of your failures, yes, but you do not embrace them. You still cling to the illusion of what could have been. That is a weakness, a tether. We need to sever it." I did not understand what she meant, but the intensity in her voice sent shivers down my spine. "What do you want from me?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. She smiled. A slow, chilling smile that revealed those sharp teeth. "I want you to bloom, to reach your full, terrifying potential. Your spark is raw, untamed. I need to refine it, to distill it." The next day, the work intensified. She no longer just watched me write. She started giving me specific prompts, forcing me to confront my deepest fears, my most shameful secrets. She would make me read my own words aloud, her gaze never leaving my face. My voice would crack, my hands would tremble, but she would not let me stop. She was peeling back layers of my psyche, exposing me, making me vulnerable. The metallic, sweet smell in the house also grew stronger, almost overpowering. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, from the very wood of the house. I started to notice other things, faint, almost imperceptible scratches on the floorboards, as if something had been dragged across them. Strange, discolored stains on the old wallpaper in the hallway. My paranoia grew, feeding on the isolation and the constant psychological torment. One night, unable to sleep, I crept out of my room. The lock was not bolted. She must have forgotten, or perhaps she was testing me. The house was silent, steeped in darkness. I moved like a ghost, my bare feet silent on the cold floorboards. My heart pounded with a desperate hope. This was my chance. I tiptoed down the stairs, towards the front door. It was locked from the inside with a heavy deadbolt. I fumbled with it, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. It groaned, but would not budge. It was rusted shut. My hopes plummeted. But as I stood there, a faint light caught my eye from a crack under a door I had not noticed before. It was tucked away in a corner of the living room, almost hidden by a large, draped armchair. Curiosity, or perhaps a desperate need for answers, pulled me towards it. I pushed the door open slowly, a sliver of light illuminating a narrow, dust-choked hallway. The metallic sweet smell was overwhelming here, making me gag. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and stepped inside. The hallway led to another door, slightly ajar, from which the light emanated. This one was made of heavy, dark wood, studded with iron. A shiver ran down my spine. This was not just a storage room. I pushed the door open further, revealing a small, windowless chamber. My breath caught in my throat. This was not a room. It was a museum of horrors. The walls were lined with shelves, and on those shelves were glass jars of various sizes. And what was inside them? My mind struggled to comprehend what I was seeing. They were not just dried flowers. They were orchids, but not ordinary orchids. These were impossibly beautiful, vibrant, almost glowing with an inner light, but twisted, unnatural, and within their petals, Embedded in their delicate structures were fragments of human things. A tiny perfect human finger bone intertwined with a root, a lock of hair, spun into a delicate pistol, a fragment of what looked like a human tooth. Gleaming like a pearl, they were grotesque, yet undeniably beautiful. Each one was unique, a macabre masterpiece. And then I saw them. Labels. Small, elegant, handwritten labels beneath each jar. The poet bloomed at 32. Essence melancholy. The musician bloomed at 27. Essence discord. The visionary bloomed at 45. Essence obsession. My blood ran cold. These were not just plants. These were people, other orchids, other projects. And Ilara had not just cultivated their talent, she had extracted their very essence, their spark, and preserved it in this horrifying botanical form. The metallic sweet smell. It was the scent of preservation, of something organic yet utterly alien. I stumbled back, a choked gasp escaping my lips. My eyes darted around the room, taking in more details. On a small table in the center, glinting under the single bare bulb, were surgical tools, fine, delicate scalpels, forceps, vials of strange, viscous liquids, and a large, leather-bound journal, open to a page filled with meticulous drawings of human anatomy, overlaid with botanical structures. There were sketches of orchids, their petals unfurling, revealing human organs. My stomach lurched. The horrifying understanding that had dawned in the car now solidified into a concrete, inescapable terror. I was not just a project. I was going to be harvested. My spark, my talent, my very essence was going to be extracted and preserved like these ghastly botanical specimens. A soft click echoed from behind me. The door to the chamber slowly swung shut, plunging me back into near darkness, save for the single bulb above. "You have found my collection, darling." Ilara's voice purred from the doorway, startling me so badly I nearly screamed. She stood there, a shadow in the dim light, her eyes glowing with that golden hue, unnervingly bright. A slow, wide smile spread across her face, revealing those sharp, elongated teeth, no longer a trick of the light, but horrifyingly real. "I knew you would. You are too curious, too vital to resist." I pressed myself against the shelves, knocking against a jar, sending a chilling rattle through the room. My heart was a frantic hummingbird in my chest. "What are you?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. She chuckled, a dry, rustling sound, like leaves skittering across pavement. "I am a gardener, dear, an ancient one. I cultivate the rarest of human flowers, the ones with true potential, true spark. They are so fleeting, so fragile, in their natural state, but I preserve them for eternity." She took a step closer, and in the dim light, I saw her more clearly than ever before. Her skin seemed almost translucent, her features sharper, more defined, less human. Her eyes, those ancient golden eyes, held an intelligence that was far beyond human comprehension, and a hunger that made my blood run cold. She was not just old, she was ancient. And she was not entirely human. "You, my dear, are a rare orchid indeed," she continued, her voice hypnotic, drawing me in even as every fiber of my being screamed to run. That raw, untamed melancholy, that quiet despair, that longing for expression, it is exquisite. It is a bloom just waiting to burst forth. And I have nurtured it, carefully, for 15 years. She reached out, her fingers long and slender, almost skeletal, brushing against my cheek. Her touch was cold, like marble. I flinched, but I could not move. I was paralyzed by a terror, so profound it rooted me to the spot. "The refinement process is nearly complete," she whispered, her eyes gleaming. Your work, your self-reflection, it has stripped away the impurities, the superficialities. You are ready, my dear. Ready to fully bloom. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape, a way out. But there was none. I was trapped in this chamber of horrors, with a creature who saw me as nothing more than a specimen, a flower to be harvested. What will happen to me? I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. She smiled, a slow, predatory smile that stretched her unnaturally sharp teeth. You will become immortal, darling. Your essence, your spark, will be preserved forever, a testament to your beauty, your unique despair. You will join my collection, a masterpiece. She gestured towards the table with the surgical tools. The final stage requires precision, but do not worry, it will be quick. And then you will be truly beautiful, truly eternal. My legs gave out beneath me, and I sank to the floor, my mind reeling. I was not a victim of revenge or passion. I was a project, a rare orchid, cultivated for 15 years, only to be dissected and preserved. My life, my dreams, my very being, reduced to an exhibit in her grotesque collection. She knelt before me, her golden eyes fixed on mine, a chilling blend of affection and scientific curiosity. "Look at you," she murmured, her voice laced with a strange pride. "So perfect, so ready." I could feel it then, a strange, tingling sensation spreading through my limbs, a subtle shift within my very core. It was not just fear anymore. It was something else, a profound, horrifying change. My spark, the essence she coveted, felt like it was being drawn to the surface, pulled from me, ready to be extracted. I could almost feel myself unfurling, like a flower forced open by an unseen hand. The metallic sweet smell was all around me, invading my senses, becoming a part of me. I looked at Alara, her face now a grotesque mask of anticipation, her sharp teeth gleaming, her ancient eyes alight with triumph. I saw not a human, but a predator, an entity beyond my comprehension, ready to pluck me from existence and turn me into a morbid piece of art. And in that moment, as the tingling sensation intensified, as my own essence felt like it was being pulled from me, I knew my fate was sealed. My bloom was upon me, and it was going to be the most beautiful and the most horrifying thing I would ever experience. My scream died in my throat, choked by the sweet, sickening scent of preservation. I was ready to become another exhibit, another orchid, another masterpiece in Ilara's eternal, terrifying collection, and no one would ever know, no one would ever find me. Just another bloom in the silent, forgotten house. The next story adds more to our time together. My breath hitched, a cold, sharp gasp that seemed to echo in the sudden silence of the deserted pub. The dim light, which minutes ago had felt cozy, now cast long, sinister shadows that danced with my racing heart. Sarah's smile, still serene, still painted on, was no longer just unsettling. It was a predator's grin, wide and confident, and it was fixed solely on me. "Who are you?" The words were a whisper, barely audible, ripped from a throat suddenly dry and constricted. My mind was a frantic scramble of disbelief and pure, unadulterated terror. The din, Ramones, Blitzkrieg Bop. 15 years ago, a memory so deeply buried, so utterly insignificant in the grand scheme of my life that I had not thought about it in over a decade. It was a fleeting, embarrassing moment from a forgotten open mic night, a private little cringe I sometimes chuckled at in the dead of night. No photos, no videos, no social media posts, nothing. Just me, a cheap guitar, and a crowd of maybe 10 people, half of whom were my friends. Maybe I was just there. Sarah repeated, her voice a soft, purring counterpoint to the thunder in my chest. Her eyes, those unsettlingly knowing eyes, held mine, refusing to let go. There was a challenge in them, a chilling certainty that twisted my gut into knots. She was not asking for my permission to be there. She was stating a fact. a fact that implied a level of observation that stole the air from my lungs. I tried to rationalize, no, it is impossible. She is guessing. She saw something, heard something, somewhere. But the specificity, the faded Ramones t-shirt, the stumbling over the lyrics, it was too precise, too intimate. It was not a guess. It was an eyewitness account, and that meant she had not just been there. She had been watching, not just that night, but for years. A wave of nausea washed over me. The suffocating floral scent of her perfume, which I would initially dismiss as simply strong, now felt like a chemical agent designed to incapacitate my legs, already shaky, felt like jelly. I wanted to run, to scream, to push her away, but I was frozen, trapped in her gaze, a deer caught in headlights. What do you want? I managed, the words tasting like ash. Her smile softened, losing its predatory edge for a moment, replaced by something almost tender. It was even more terrifying. Oh, darling, she purred, leaning forward slightly, her elbows on the table. I just want to know you. Truly know you. My mind screamed. She already knows me. Too much. This was not a date. This was an interrogation. A dissection. My entire life, laid bare, not by my choice, but by her insidious intrusion. You know, she continued, oblivious or indifferent to my rising panic, you have always had a particular fondness for those little coffee shops, the ones with the mismatched furniture and the smell of old books. You always order a black Americano, 2 sugars, no milk, and you always leave exactly 1.75 as a tip, even if it is a 4 coffee. You think it is a fair percentage? You are very particular about fairness. My jaw dropped. The coffee, the tip. These were mundane, unconscious habits, things I did without thinking, things no one, not even my closest friends, would likely notice or remember with such precision. A cold dread, heavier than any I would felt before, settled in my bones. It was not just old memories, it was my current life, my daily routine, observed with painstaking detail. How do you know this? I demanded, my voice finally finding some strength, though it cracked with fear. Are you following me? Sarah chuckled, a low melodic sound that grated on my nerves. Following, such a crude word. I prefer to think of it as observing, appreciating the nuances of a captivating subject. She paused, her eyes glinting, like that time you spent an hour arguing with the barista about the origin of their beans. Or the way you always tap your pen 3 times before you start writing. Little things. But they paint a picture, do not they... My blood ran cold. The barista argument was last week. The pen tapping was a nervous habit I was not even aware I had. She was not just watching me from a distance. She was practically living in my shadow. Every movement, every habit, every fleeting expression, she had cataloged it all. The thought made my skin crawl. My privacy, my sense of self, my entire existence felt violated, stripped bare. I pushed back my chair again, the legs scraping loudly against the wooden floor. A desperate attempt to break the spell, to create some distance. I am leaving, I stated, my voice firmer, though my hands were shaking uncontrollably. I do not know who you are. But this is insane. This is harassment. She did not move. Her gaze remained locked on me, unwavering. Oh, but we are just getting started, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried perfectly in the quiet pub. Remember that little incident last spring? The one with your landlord? You swore you heard someone in your apartment, but the police found nothing. You were so sure, though. You even changed the locks. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. The landlord incident. I had heard someone. A faint creak, a rustle in the dark, the distinct smell of unfamiliar perfume. I would dismiss it as paranoia, a bad dream, but deep down, a seed of doubt had always lingered. Now that seed blossomed into a monstrous, undeniable truth. It had not been paranoia. It had been her. She had been in my apartment. The realization hit me like a physical blow. My legs buckled. I gripped the table, knuckles white, trying to steady myself. The pub, once a refuge from the outside world, now felt like a cage, its walls closing in. The air grew thick, suffocating. You were in my apartment. I choked out, unable to believe the words, even as they formed. Just a peek, she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. You have a lovely collection of old vinyl, and your plants are thriving. You clearly have a green thumb, though you really should water that peace lily more often. It is looking a little droopy. My peace lily, the one I would forgotten to water this morning, the one sitting on my windowsill, visible only from inside my apartment. I stumbled backward, knocking my chair over with a clatter that echoed eerily. The sound should have drawn attention, but the pub remained empty, silent, as if time itself had frozen around us. I looked desperately towards the door, then to the bar, searching for anyone, a bartender, another patron, a sign of life, but there was nothing. Just the two of us, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of the overhead lights. I am calling the police, I rasped, fumbling for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear. Sarah watched me, her smile unwavering. Oh, darling, what would you tell them? That a woman you met on a dating app knows things about you. They would tell you to be more careful online. They would tell you to block me. And then, what? Do you truly think that would stop me? She leaned back, a picture of calm confidence. I know your schedule. I know where you work. I know your friends, your family, your habits. I know the shortcuts you take when you are late, the coffee shop you frequent, the brand of toothpaste you use. I know the exact moment you fall asleep each night, and the exact moment you wake up. I know your dreams. The last sentence, delivered with such a soft, possessive certainty, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. My dreams. The most intimate, vulnerable corners of my mind. The thought that she might somehow have access to them, that she might be lurking in the dark recesses of my subconscious, was utterly horrifying. I finally found my phone, my thumb shaking as I tried to unlock it. My vision swam. I needed to get out. I needed to run. You know, Sarah continued, her voice weaving a hypnotic spell, drawing my attention back to her despite my frantic efforts. I saw you crying last night. After that documentary about the deep sea, you are so sensitive. It is one of your most endearing qualities. My phone slipped from my grasp, clattering to the floor. I stood there, paralyzed, my eyes wide with unspeakable horror. Last night, I had watched a documentary about the deep sea, and I had cried. Alone, in the dark, thinking no one would ever know. It was a private moment of vulnerability, a quiet release, and she had seen it. How could she have seen it? Was she in my apartment again? Was she watching through the window? Was she always watching? The thought was unbearable. It stripped away every last shred of safety, every illusion of privacy. My home, my sanctuary, was a transparent cage, my entire life an open book, eagerly consumed by this smiling, terrifying stranger. Who are you? I repeated, the question now a desperate plea, a broken sob. Sarah finally rose, her movements fluid and graceful, like a dancer. She walked around the table, her floral scent growing stronger, more cloying. I instinctively recoiled, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. She stopped directly in front of me, her height making me feel small, vulnerable. I am the one who knows you, she whispered, her voice barely a breath, but it reverberated through my bones. Her hand, slender and pale, reached out, and for a terrifying second, I thought she would touch my face. Instead, she gently picked up my fallen phone from the floor. She held it out to me, her fingers brushing mine as I hesitantly took it. The cold metal of the phone felt like an anchor in a storm. Go home, she said, her voice suddenly firm, almost commanding. Think about everything we have talked about, and then we will talk again. My mind was a fog of fear. but a flicker of self-preservation ignited. "No," I croaked. "I am not talking to you again. Ever." Her smile returned, slow and deliberate. "Oh, you will find you have no choice." She took a step back, her eyes sweeping over me, a chilling sense of ownership in their depths. "Remember, darling, I am always watching." And then she turned and walked away. She did not run. She did not hurry. She walked with a calm, unhurried pace towards the exit, her silhouette disappearing into the gloom. I stood there, trembling, the cold radiating from my phone spreading through my hand, up my arm and into my chest. The silence in the pub was deafening. My own ragged breathing was the only sound. I felt utterly exposed, violated, like a specimen under a microscope. Finally, my legs gave out. I sank to the floor, my back against the overturned chair, my head in my hands. Tears welled up, hot and stinging, but they did not bring relief. They were tears of pure, unadulterated terror. I had to get out. I scrambled to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest, and stumbled towards the exit. The pub door, heavy and wooden, felt like a barrier to freedom. I pushed it open, gasping for air, and burst out onto the street. The night air was cool, a stark contrast to the suffocating heat of the pub, but it did little to calm my racing heart. I looked left, then right, my eyes darting frantically, searching for any sign of her. The street was empty, dimly lit by flickering lampposts. There was no one. She is gone. She is gone. My mind desperately clung to the thought, but my gut churned with a sickening certainty. She was not gone. She was just out of sight. I started walking, then running, my footsteps echoing eerily on the deserted pavement. Every shadow seemed to twist and lengthen. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a whispered name. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see her, her serene smile, her knowing eyes, materializing from the darkness. I ran until my lungs burned, until a stitch formed in my side, until I could barely breathe. My apartment building finally loomed into view, a beacon of desperate hope. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently, I almost dropped them again. The lock clicked, and I burst inside, slamming the door shut behind me, locking it, then chaining it, then pushing a heavy chair against it. Darkness. Silence. I leaned against the door, panting, trying to regain my composure. The familiar scent of my apartment, usually comforting, now felt alien, tainted. I switched on every light, banishing the shadows, but the feeling of being watched persisted. A cold, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. My eyes darted around the room. The peace lily. I rushed to it. It was indeed drooping, its leaves a pale green. A wave of fresh horror washed over me. She had not just seen it, she had known its condition. How could she know its condition without being inside? I scanned my living room, my kitchen, my bedroom. Everything seemed to be in its place. The vinyl collection, the mismatched furniture, the books. But was anything truly in its place? Or had she subtly rearranged things, leaving no obvious trace, but a lingering sense of unease? I walked into my bedroom, my heart pounding. My closet door was slightly ajar. I always closed it completely. Always. I hesitated, then slowly pushed it open. Nothing. Just my clothes. But then I saw it. On my pillow, nestled right in the center, was a single perfect white gardenia. My blood ran cold. Gardenias. They were my grandmother's favorite flower. A secret I had never shared with anyone, not even Emily. A memory I held dear. A private comfort. And now, it was here, in my bed, placed by her. My breath hitched. The floral scent, so cloying in the pub, was now faint, almost imperceptible, but undeniably present, clinging to the petals. She had not just been in my apartment, she had been in my bed while I was out, while I was on a date with her. A scream tore from my throat, raw and guttural. a sound of pure terror and violation. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet, landing hard on the floor. My entire body was shaking, convulsing. She was not just a stalker. She was something far more insidious, far more terrifying. She was a phantom, a shadow, an entity that could infiltrate every aspect of my life, every corner of my sanctuary, every secret of my soul. I scrambled away from the bed, crawling backwards until my back hit the wall. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, for a weapon, for anything. But there was nothing. No refuge. No safety. The gardenia sat on my pillow, pristine and white, a chilling testament to her omnipresence. I pulled out my phone again, my fingers still trembling, and tried to call the police. But what would I say? A woman I met on a dating app knows everything about me, was in my apartment, and left a flower on my pillow. They would think I was crazy. They would tell me to get help. And even if they believed me, what could they do? She left no fingerprints. No forced entry. Just a flower. A message. I am always watching. I curled into a ball, my arms wrapped around my head, trying to make myself small, invisible. But I knew it was useless. She had seen me cry over a documentary. She knew my dreams. She knew my deepest, most private memories. There was no hiding from her. The night stretched on, an endless expanse of terror. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside, every shadow became her. I did not sleep. I could not. My eyes were wide open, staring into the darkness, listening, waiting. I thought about changing my locks again, moving, disappearing, but her words echoed in my mind, cold and certain. Do you truly think that would stop me? No. I did not. She was not just a person. She was a presence, a living embodiment of dread that had infiltrated my life, not just from the outside, but from within. She knew me better than I knew myself. She was me, in a terrifying, twisted way. The next morning, the sun rose, casting weak light into my apartment, but it did nothing to dispel the gloom. The gardenia was still there, its scent faint but persistent. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that my life would never be the same. The innocence was gone. The sense of security shattered. I was no longer alone in my own mind, in my own home, in my own life. Sarah was there. Always. Watching. Waiting. And I knew, deep down, that she would eventually come back, not for another date, but for something far more profound, far more personal, and I would have no choice but to answer. Now, get ready for the next part. The word chose sent a shiver down my spine, a cold, wet tendril slithering beneath my skin. It was not a choice in the sense of picking a partner for a project. It was the chilling pronouncement of a hunter selecting its prey. My breath hitched, the air in the suddenly empty pub feeling thick and cloying. The silence was heavy, broken only by the frantic drumming of my own heart against my ribs. You are insane. I breathed again, the words tasting like metal. I tried to push back from the table, but my legs felt like lead, rooted to the spot. My hands, clammy and trembling, gripped the edge of the cheap laminate. Sarah's smile did not falter. It was a fixed, unsettling thing, like a mask carved from ivory. Am I, or am I simply dedicated? She leaned back slightly, her posture radiating an unnerving confidence. Most people just exist. Do not, they blend in. They follow the path of least resistance. But you had a spark, a raw, untamed energy that night. A potential that most people bury under layers of mundane existence. My mind reeled, trying to process her words, trying to find a logical explanation for this surreal horror. The din, blitzkrieg bop. 15 years ago, it was a lifetime ago, a drunken, impulsive decision to jump on stage at a dingy open mic night. I would never touched a guitar before, or since, in front of an audience. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated, youthful rebellion, A one-off burst of something I would never cultivated. A secret, almost embarrassing memory I would bury deep. How could she know? How could you possibly know about that? I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. The question felt redundant even as I asked it, the answer already forming in the pit of my stomach a cold knot of dread. Because I was there, she repeated, her voice a silken thread, each word a tightening noose. I told you. I have always been there. Watching, learning, appreciating. Her eyes, which had seemed merely intense moments before, now held a depth that felt ancient, predatory. That night, you were not just playing a song, you were unleashed. You were pure, raw emotion. It was beautiful. And I knew right then that I had found something truly special. This was not just a stalker. This was something far, far worse. This was a connoisseur of souls, and I was her chosen exhibit. A sickening realization dawned on me, cutting through the fog of panic. This date, this whole evening, it was not random. It was meticulously planned. I remembered how we would met Tinder. I had been swiping idly one Tuesday evening, bored and restless. Her profile popped up. Sarah, attractive, with kind eyes and a warm smile in her pictures. Her bio was witty, intelligent, full of references to obscure films and books I genuinely liked. We matched. Our initial messages had been effortless. She seemed to understand my sense of humor perfectly, finishing my jokes, anticipating my replies. It felt easy. Too easy, perhaps. Looking back, there were subtle red flags, like faint scratches on a polished surface. She would occasionally make comments that felt strangely personal for someone I would just started talking to. You seem like someone who carries a lot of weight, even when you try to hide it. She would message once. I would dismiss it as insightful, charming even. A sign of a deeper connection. I would never been one to shy away from intense conversations, and she seemed to thrive on them. When we finally decided to meet, I suggested this pub. The Crooked Pint. It was a familiar, comfortable spot. But when I arrived, she was already there, settled at a corner table, a half-finished drink in front of her. I like to arrive early, she would said, her smile warm. People watching is a hobby of mine. I would thought nothing of it, just a quirky detail. The date itself had been a whirlwind of engaging conversation. She listened intently, her eyes never leaving mine, making me feel like the most interesting person in the room. She would laugh at all my jokes, even the bad ones. She would share just enough about herself to seem open, but always steered the conversation back to me, asking probing questions about my past, my ambitions, my fears. I remember telling her about my childhood dreams of being a musician, a dream I would have abandoned years ago. She would just smile, a knowing glint in her eyes. Some dreams, she would said softly, never truly die. They just hibernate. There was one moment that now stood out like a beacon in the darkness. I would gone to the bar to order another round. When I returned, she had been swirling her drink, a thoughtful expression on her face. She would said, you have a certain kind of intensity even when you try to hide it. It is captivating. I would felt a flush of pleasure at the compliment, dismissing the slight unnerving edge to her tone. She seemed to see through me, to understand me in a way no one else had. I would mistaken that invasive gaze for intimacy. Now, sitting across from her in this suddenly desolate pub, her words twisted that pleasant memory into something grotesque. It was not connection she was seeking, it was confirmation. Confirmation that I was still the potential she would identified all those years ago. You did not just meet me on Tinder, did you? I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. You sought me out. You found me. Her smile widened, revealing teeth that did, indeed, seem too sharp, too white against the dim lighting. Of course, darling. Do you think I would leave something so important to chance? I have been following your journey, in my own way, for a very long time, watching you navigate life, watching you make your choices. It has been fascinating and a little disheartening, I must admit. You have been wasting it, have not you? Living a mundane life. I can't let that happen. My blood ran cold. Wasting what? My life? Who are you to judge my life? Your potential, she stated simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The raw, untamed artist I saw that night. The spark, you have let it dim. You have let the world dull your edge. But I can fix that. I will fix that. I pushed back from the table again, this time with more force. The chairs scraped loudly against the floor, a jarring sound in the oppressive silence. I am leaving, I said, my voice shaky but firm. This is insane. I do not know who you are, but I want nothing to do with this. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting towards where the pub entrance should be. But there was no door, just a seamless, dark wooden wall, indistinguishable from the other panels. The window, which had moments ago offered a view of the bustling street outside, was now opaque, reflecting only the dim amber glow of the pub's interior and my own terrified reflection. Where did the door go? I choked out, a fresh wave of panic washing over me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate for escape. Sarah chuckled, a low, melodic sound that seemed to vibrate in the very air around us. Oh, darling, you can't leave. Not yet. We have barely scratched the surface. Besides, she gestured vaguely around the empty room, this is not really a pub anymore, is it? It is more of a space. For us, the air grew noticeably colder, raising goosebumps on my arms. The warm, inviting glow of the pub lights seemed to dim further, casting long, dancing shadows that stretched and warped, making the familiar space feel alien, menacing. I could almost hear the silence pressing in on my eardrums, a high-pitched whine that was probably just my own fear. What do you mean, a space for us? I demanded, my voice cracking. I looked around wildly, searching for any sign of an exit, any crack in this horrifying illusion, but the walls were solid, the ceiling unblemished. It was as if the pub had been scooped out of reality and replaced with a perfectly crafted, suffocating box. A place where we can truly connect, she explained, her voice soft, almost soothing, as if she were talking to a frightened child. Where you can finally embrace what you truly are, what I know you are. She paused, her gaze locking onto mine, a chilling intensity that felt like a physical weight. I know about the scar on your left knee, from when you fell off your bike at 7. I know about your recurring nightmare, the one with the old oak tree and the faceless man. I know you still sometimes hum that lullaby your grandmother used to sing, even though you think no one's listening. I know about the box of old journals hidden in your attic, the ones where you used to write poetry you were too afraid to share. Each detail was a hammer blow, shattering the last vestiges of my privacy, my sanity. These were not things I would told anyone, not even my closest friends. The scar, the nightmare, the lullaby, the journals, they were deeply personal, intimate fragments of my life. How could she know? Had she been in my home? Had she read my thoughts? You have been in my house, I gasped, the words barely audible. The thought of her presence in my sanctuary, watching me sleep, touching my things, filled me with a visceral disgust so profound, it made me want to vomit. She smiled, a slow, deliberate movement that stretched her lips taut. Of course, how else could I truly appreciate the canvas? To understand the artist, you must understand his environment, his history, his very essence. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with an unnerving glee. I have seen you. I have heard you. I have tasted your fear, your ambition, your quiet despair. You are an open book to me, darling. A beautiful, complex story that just needs a little editing. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of something vaguely floral mixed with a metallic tang that made my teeth ache. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, to coil and writhe, as if something unseen stirred within them. I felt a pressure building behind my eyes, a dizzying sense of unreality. Was I dreaming? Was this some elaborate prank? No, the terror was too real, too raw. You are a monster, I whispered, backing away slowly, my hands outstretched, searching for something, anything, to grab onto. My eyes darted around the room, desperate for an escape. A weapon, a sliver of hope. A monster, she scoffed, a hint of genuine amusement in her voice. Or a muse. A sculptor, perhaps, refining a masterpiece. You see, your potential is not just about music. It is about your capacity for profound emotion, your unique way of seeing the world. That night at the Den, it was not just a song, it was a glimpse into your soul. And I decided then that I could not let such a magnificent soul wither away in obscurity. She rose gracefully from her seat, moving with an unnerving fluidity. She was taller than I remembered, or perhaps it was just the way she carried herself, radiating an aura of absolute control. She took a step towards me, then another. You have been living a life of quiet desperation, she continued, her voice a low purr, each word a venomous dart. A cubicle job, stale relationships, forgotten dreams. You tell yourself you are content, but I see the flicker of longing in your eyes when you look at old concert posters, the way your fingers sometimes tap out rhythms on your desk when you think, no, one's watching. You are a caged bird, my darling, and I am here to set you free. My back hit the wall with a soft thud. There was nowhere else to go. The realization solidified my terror. I was trapped, completely, utterly trapped. My mind raced, trying to find a way out, but every avenue was blocked. My phone, it was in my pocket, but I doubted it would work in this surreal prison. And even if it did, who would I call? Who would believe me? What do you want from me? I demanded, my voice trembling, but imbued with a desperate defiance. What is this? What do you plan to do? She stopped just a few feet from me, her eyes gleaming in the dim light. I want to see you truly live again, she said, her voice dropping to an almost conspiratorial whisper. To bring back that fire, that raw, untamed energy. We are going to make beautiful music together, you and I. And it starts tonight. She gestured towards the center of the room. Slowly, impossibly, a stage began to rise from the polished wooden floor. It was small, intimate, bathed in a single, focused spotlight that appeared from nowhere, cutting through the gloom. On the stage, leaning against a velvet-draped stool, was a familiar sight. An old, battered acoustic guitar, the kind I used to dream of owning. It looked exactly like the one I would borrow that night at the Den. My breath caught in my throat. No, I whispered, shaking my head violently. No, I am not doing this. Oh, but you are, she countered, her voice firm, leaving no room for argument. You will. This is your destiny, darling. The destiny I chose for you. The destiny you have been running from. She took another step, closing the distance between us, her hand reaching out. Her fingers, surprisingly strong, wrapped around my wrist, her grip like iron. Come, she commanded, her eyes burning into mine. The stage awaits. Your audience awaits. And I have waited a very, very long time for this encore. I tried to pull away, to twist my wrist from her grasp, but she held me fast. Her strength was unnatural, inhuman. My muscles screamed in protest, but I could not break free. She began to pull me towards the makeshift stage, her movements smooth and relentless. Let go of me. I screamed, my voice echoing strangely in the suddenly cavernous space. Panic seized me, a cold, sharp claw tearing at my insides. She ignored my pleas, her grip tightening, her smile unwavering. Do not fight it, my love. Embrace it. Embrace the performance. Embrace the truth of who you are. As she dragged me closer to the stage, the light on it intensified, blinding me for a moment. I could feel the heat emanating from it, a strange, almost feverish warmth. My eyes, adjusting to the brightness, saw the guitar more clearly. It was not just like the one from the Den, it was the one Every scuff, every faded sticker, every worn patch on the fretboard was identical. How? Then, as she forced me up the single step onto the stage, I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, like a collective intake of breath. I squinted, trying to peer beyond the harsh glare of the spotlight into the surrounding darkness. And there, in the deepest shadows, I saw them, shapes, figures, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, stretching back into the impenetrable gloom, silent and unmoving, an audience. My blood ran cold, my mind screamed in protest. This was not real. It could not be, but the terror in my chest, the icy grip on my wrist, the impossible stage, the silent, watching crowd, it was all too real. Sarah released my wrist, pushing me gently towards the stool. Her eyes swept over the unseen multitude in the darkness, a look of profound satisfaction on her face. "They are here for you," she whispered, her voice filled with a chilling reverence. "They have been waiting just like me." She picked up the guitar and handed it to me. The wood felt cold against my clammy hands, its weight unfamiliar, yet disturbingly right. My fingers, trembling uncontrollably, fumbled with the fretboard, brushing against the cold metal strings. "Play," she commanded, her voice no longer a whisper, but a resonant, powerful tone that seemed to fill the entire space. "Play for them. Play for me. Play like you did that night. Unleash your soul." I looked at the guitar in my hands, then at Sarah, her face illuminated by the spotlight, her eyes glowing with an almost religious fervor. Then I looked out into the oppressive darkness, where the silent audience waited. My mind was a maelstrom of fear, confusion, and a terrifying dawning understanding. She was not just a stalker. She was a curator. And I was her prize exhibit, destined to perform for her twisted amusement. Forever trapped in this unnatural space, forced to relive a moment of forgotten passion, until my soul was utterly consumed. My fingers, against my will, found the familiar chords. A single, trembling note echoed in the silence. And then, slowly, agonizingly, the opening riff of Blitzkrieg Bop began to fill the suffocating air. My voice, raw and broken, joined in, singing the words I had not thought of in 15 years. Singing them for Sarah, singing them for the shadows, singing them for the lost part of myself that she had so meticulously, horrifyingly resurrected. This was not freedom. This was a prison of performance. And the show, I knew, had only just begun. The next voice enters our storytelling today. I gripped the table, my knuckles white, as I stared at Sarah. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic questions, each one hitting harder than the last. How could she possibly know about Emily's engagement? It was just last week, a small family dinner, a quiet announcement. No social media, no texts outside the immediate family, nothing. The words were a choked whisper in my throat. How? How do you know about Emily? Her smile did not waver. It was fixed, almost painted on. A perfect, serene curve that did not reach her eyes. Those eyes, though, they held that strange, knowing glint, now magnified, burning with an almost predatory intensity. The dim, dusty light of the deserted pub seemed to catch in them, making them sparkle with an unsettling glee. "Oh, you know," she said, her voice still soft, conspiratorial, "things get around." She took a slow sip of her drink, her gaze never leaving mine, a silent challenge in the stillness. It was a cheap evasion, a dismissive wave of the hand that only amplified the terrifying reality. Things do not just get around when they are kept under lock and key, especially not to a complete stranger you met on a dating app. A cold, clammy sweat broke out on my forehead, despite the chill in the air of the old pub. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs, each beat echoing the rising panic in my chest. This was not a misunderstanding. This was not a coincidence. This was deliberate. And it was terrifying. "No," I said, my voice coming out harsher than I intended, a desperate attempt to regain some control. "No, I do not know." Tell me, how do you know about Emily? And my coffee? And Crimson Tide? This is not normal. Sarah leaned forward slightly, her perfectly manicured hands resting on the table, just inches from my own white-knuckled grip. Her scent, a faint, sweet floral perfume, suddenly felt cloying, suffocating. Normal, she purred, the words stretching out. What is normal, really, is not it normal to want to know someone before you, truly know them? My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. Was she a private investigator? Had Emily said something to a mutual friend who then... No, it was too specific, too intimate, and the way she watched me, the way her eyes seemed to strip away layers of my life, it was not professional. It was personal and profoundly disturbing. I need to go, I said, pushing back my chair, the scrape of wood against the floor echoing loudly in the sudden, heavy silence. The sound felt like an alarm, shattering the illusion of a normal date. My legs felt shaky, but I forced myself to stand. I needed to get out. Now, Sarah did not move. Her smile remained, serene and unsettling. Already, but we were just getting to the good part. Her eyes flickered to the door behind me, then back to my face, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. There is no good part, I retorted, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to project an air of confidence I definitely did not feel. This is really messed up. Sarah, I do not know who you are or what you are doing, but I am leaving. I turned, my gaze fixed on the heavy wooden door, my escape route. But as I took a step, Sarah's voice, still soft, still unnervingly calm, stopped me dead in my tracks. You know, she said, "It is funny. I remember watching you play at the Den, that dingy little club downtown back in '08. You were wearing that faded Ramones t-shirt. You stumbled over the lyrics to Blitzkrieg Bop. That night, remember? But you recovered nicely. Real professional. My blood ran cold. The Den, Ramones t-shirt. Stumbling over lyrics. That was a specific, embarrassing memory from over 15 years ago, a night I would try to erase from my mind, a night that was definitely not documented anywhere online. It was a throwaway gig, a tiny crowd, mostly friends. No one outside of that immediate circle would remember, let alone know, those details. It was a secret, locked away in the forgotten corners of my memory. I spun back around, my face probably pale, my mouth dry. How? The word was a desperate gasp. Sarah's smile widened, a slow, deliberate unveiling of perfect white teeth. Like I said, she whispered, things get around. Or maybe I was just there. The implication hung in the air, thick and suffocating. She was there? She had been watching me, not just online, but in person, for years. A chill that had nothing to do with the pub's draft snaked its way down my spine. This was not a dating app gone wrong. This was something far, far more sinister. I felt a sudden, primal urge to run, to sprint out of that pub and never look back. But my feet felt rooted to the spot, paralyzed by a terror so profound it stole the air from my lungs. I was trapped, not by physical restraints, but by the sheer weight of her knowledge, by the unnerving calm in her eyes. Who are you? I demanded, my voice shaking now, stripped of all pretense of bravado. Sarah just tilted her head slightly, her gaze unwavering. I am Sarah, she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Your date? The irony was sickening. This was not a date. This was an interrogation, a psychological torture session. I looked around the pub, desperately searching for an out, for another person, for anything. But the place was deserted. Empty tables, chairs stacked in corners, the air thick with the smell of stale beer and dust. The only light came from a few dim, flickering bulbs in the faint glow from the streetlights outside, barely penetrating the grimy windows. I am leaving, I repeated, this time with more conviction, forcing my legs to move. I took a step towards the door, then another. "Oh, do not be silly," Sarah said, her voice still impossibly soft, but with an edge now, a sharp, almost playful warning. "We have not even had dessert yet. And I know you love that triple chocolate fudge cake from that bakery on Elm Street. The one you used to sneak out of bed for, when you were 12, to eat in the garage with your dog. Buster. Remember Buster? He was a good boy." The mention of Buster, my childhood dog, a secret indulgence from so long ago, hit me like a physical blow. It was too much. This was not just stalking. This was an invasion of my entire life, my past, my most private moments. It was like she had somehow downloaded my entire memory. Every single detail, every secret thought, every forgotten moment. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. I did not care anymore about being polite or rational. I just needed to escape. I lunged for the door, my hand reaching for the cold metal handle. But before my fingers could close around it, Sarah was there. Not in front of me, not blocking me, but somehow beside me, her hand gently resting on my arm. I had not heard her move. She was too fast, too silent. Her touch was light, almost ethereal, but it felt like a brand, burning through my jacket sleeve. I flinched, pulling my arm away as if burned. "What are you doing?" I choked out, backing away a step, my eyes darting from her face to the door, then to the windows, searching for an exit, any exit. Her smile was gone now, replaced by a look of disappointment, sadness. It was hard to tell, but it was just as unnerving as her smile. Her eyes, however, still held that intense, knowing glint. "Just trying to have a nice time," she said, her voice dropping even lower, a barely audible whisper that nevertheless filled the entire space. "But you are making it difficult. You are making me worry." "Worry about what?" I demanded, my voice raw with fear. She took a slow step towards me. Then another. I instinctively backed away, bumping into a table. The clatter of an empty glass on the tabletop made me jump. "Worry about what happens when people do not listen," she said, her voice growing colder, harder, "when they do not appreciate the effort, when they try to run away from someone who knows them so well, someone who could tell them so much." My mind raced, trying to process her words. "Tell me what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She stopped a few feet from me, her gaze sweeping over me, lingering on my face, then my hands, then my feet. It felt like she was assessing me, calculating something. "Oh, so many things," she said, a faint, almost imperceptible smile returning to her lips. "Like that time you almost drowned in Lake Harmony when you were 8, or the secret crush you had on Mrs. Henderson, your third-grade teacher, or the way you cheated on that history test in junior high, using a crumpled note hidden in your shoe." Each revelation was a fresh stab of terror, a deeper invasion. Lake Harmony, Mrs. Henderson, the history test. These were not just private, they were deeply personal, some of them embarrassing, some traumatic. Things I had not thought about in years, things I would never told a soul. How could she possibly know? Was she God? The devil? A ghost? My breath hitched in my throat. This was not a human being, or at least not a normal one. This was something else. Something that had burrowed its way into my life, into my mind, into my very soul. "Who are you?" I repeated, the question now a desperate plea, a guttural sound torn from my chest. "I told you," she said, her voice now flat, devoid of any warmth. "I am Sarah, and I am here to tell you something very important." She took another step, and I stumbled back, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I hit the wall, the cold, rough plaster pressing against my back. I was cornered, trapped. "What do you want?" I whimpered, my voice small, pathetic. Her eyes narrowed, the glint in them intensifying. "I want you to understand," she said. that there is no such thing as privacy anymore. Not really, not when someone truly cares to look. She raised her hand, and for a terrifying moment, I thought she was going to strike me. I flinched, bracing for impact. But her hand simply moved past my head, her fingers brushing the wall just inches from my ear. "You see," she continued, her voice now dangerously low, "everything leaves a trace. Every thought, every action, every forgotten memory, it is all out there waiting to be found, waiting to be collected." A cold, horrifying realization began to dawn on me. This was not just about me. This was about something bigger, something systemic. She was not just a stalker. She was a manifestation of a deeper, more insidious threat. The erosion of privacy, the digital footprint, the constant surveillance. She was a living, breathing embodiment of it all. You are not real," I stammered, shaking my head, trying to deny the impossible reality unfolding before me. A faint, almost imperceptible chuckle escaped her lips. "Oh, I am very real, and so is everything I know about you." She paused, her gaze piercing, unwavering, like the fact that you still keep that worn-out teddy bear, Mr. Snuggles, in the back of your closet, the one your grandmother gave you before she passed. You think no one knows, but I do. I know everything. The mention of Mr. Snuggles, a relic from my childhood, a comfort object I would kept hidden away for decades, was the final straw. It shattered whatever remaining composure I had. It was too personal, too intimate, too sacred. This woman was not just observing me, she was inside my life, inside my mind, inside my soul. A primal scream tore from my throat, raw and desperate. I did not care about anything anymore except getting out. My hands flew up, pushing past her. A frantic, desperate shove. She stumbled back, caught off guard for a split second. That was all I needed. I bolted, my legs, suddenly freed from their paralysis, pumped furiously. I did not look back. I did not care if she followed. All I knew was that I had to get away, had to escape this living nightmare. I tore through the pub, past the deserted tables, my shoes clattering loudly on the worn wooden floor. The door, I could see it. It felt miles away, but I pushed harder, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I flung myself at the heavy door, fumbling with the handle. It was stiff, old. For a terrifying moment, it would not budge. Panic seized me. A cold, suffocating blanket. No! I screamed, yanking harder, twisting the handle with all my might. And then, with a creak and a groan, it gave way. I burst out into the cool night air, gasping, sucking in ragged breaths. The street was dark, mostly empty. A few distant streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. I did not hesitate. I ran down the street, not knowing where I was going, just away. Away from the pub, away from Sarah, away from the terrifying knowledge she possessed. My mind was a blur of fear and adrenaline. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound seemed to be her footsteps behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, my heart leaping into my throat. The pub door was still open, a rectangle of dim light spilling onto the sidewalk. But there was no one there. No, Sarah. I did not slow down. I kept running, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I ran until I could not run anymore, until my body screamed for me to stop. I finally collapsed against the cold brick wall of a closed storefront, gasping for air, trembling uncontrollably. My phone, I fumbled for it in my pocket, my fingers shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I needed to call someone. The police? Emily. Anyone, but as I pulled it out, my eyes caught a reflection in the dark glass of the storefront window. My own reflection, pale and terrified. And then, just behind me, a faint, almost imperceptible movement. My blood ran cold. Reflected in the window, Just a few feet behind me was a figure, tall, slender, dressed in dark clothing. And then, the light from a passing car illuminated her face for a fleeting second. Sarah. Her eyes, even in the reflection, held that familiar, unnerving glint, and on her lips, a faint, knowing smile. She was not running. She was just there, like she had been there all along. I did not scream. I could not. The sound was trapped in my throat, a silent guttural cry of pure terror. My mind went blank, except for one horrifying, inescapable thought: she was not chasing me. She was allowing me to run. She was playing with me. I stumbled away from the window, my heart pounding so violently I thought it would burst through my chest. I did not look back. I just ran, blindly, frantically, into the darkness of the night. I do not remember how I got home. The next few hours were a blur of panic and adrenaline. I just remember bursting through my front door, slamming it shut, locking it, then locking it again and again until my fingers were raw. I checked every window, every lock, every possible entry point. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my living room, the lights on, a kitchen knife clutched in my trembling hand. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind outside sent shivers of terror through me. I did not sleep. How could I? The next morning, I called Emily. I tried to explain, but the words felt hollow, insane. She knew everything. Everything. Emily, bless her heart, listened patiently, trying to rationalize it, suggesting it was a prank, a crazy ex of a friend, something. But I knew it was not. I deleted my Tinder profile. I changed my passwords. I even bought blackout curtains. But none of it mattered. The feeling of being watched, of being known, never left me. A few days later, I was walking to the grocery store, my head down, my eyes darting nervously around me. I felt a chill, a familiar prickle of unease. I looked up, and across the street, standing perfectly still, was a woman. Her hair was a bright, unmistakable red. She was wearing a familiar floral dress. Sarah. She was not looking at me. She was looking at the bakery on Elm Street, the one that sold triple chocolate fudge cake. And then she turned her head, slowly, deliberately. Her eyes met mine across the busy street. And she smiled, that same serene, unsettling smile, the one that knew everything. I froze, my blood running cold. She had not just followed me home that night. She was still here, still watching, still collecting. I turned and ran, my heart hammering against my ribs, a desperate, silent scream trapped in my throat. I ran until I was out of breath, until my legs ached, until I felt like I could not take another step. I never went back to my old apartment. I packed a bag and left, staying with friends, then family, constantly moving, constantly looking over my shoulder. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I tried to disappear. But every now and then, I see her, a flash of red hair in a crowd, a familiar floral scent in a store, a fleeting reflection in a darkened window, and each time, I know she is still out there, still watching, still collecting, because Sarah taught me a terrifying lesson that night. There truly is no such thing as privacy anymore. Not when someone truly cares to look. And she cared more than anyone ever should. And that, I realized, was the most terrifying thing of all. I am safe, for now, but I will never be truly free. Not from Sarah. Not from the chilling knowledge that she knows everything. And she always will. Let us head into the next part of today's journey. My legs burned, but I did not stop. The world outside the coffee shop was a blur of neon signs and hurried faces, none of them seeing the terror etched into mine. I just ran, my breath ragged, each gasp a desperate plea for escape. Mark's words, "He is everywhere," echoed in my ears, a chilling mantra that propelled me forward, even as my lungs screamed for air. The city, usually a comforting cacophony, now felt like a vast, indifferent predator. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every car slowing down felt like his car. I did not dare look back, convinced that if I did, I would see Mark's smug, knowing grin, or worse, Ethan's ghost, a specter from a past I would fought so hard to bury. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of my own panicked thoughts. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers slick with sweat. Should I call the police? What would I even say? A guy on a Tinder date told me, "My old stalker knows where I live and that he thinks I am his." Masterpiece. They would think I was crazy, or worse, they would take too long. Mark had promised I would be a missing person. That was not a threat, it was a promise. A cold, hard, terrifying promise. I tried to hail a cab, my hand shaking so violently that the passing yellow blurs did not even register my frantic waves. The only option was to get home, to my apartment, my sanctuary. But even as the thought formed, a shiver ran down my spine. Mark had mentioned my spice rack, a recently unlocked door. He knew my home. The idea of going back there, into the very place he would invade it with his knowledge, felt like walking into a cage. But where else was there? I ducked into a side street, hoping to lose myself in the maze of alleyways and back entrances. The air grew colder, thick with the smell of damp concrete and refuse. Every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, trying to clear the fog of fear, but all I saw was Ethan's face, the one from years ago, twisted into a smile that promised possession. As I sped past the darkened storefront, my reflection caught my eye, a wild-haired, wide-eyed stranger. A ghost of myself, and then, for a split second, I thought I saw a flicker of movement in the shop window behind me, a dark shape darting out of view. My stomach lurched. Was it Mark? Was it someone else? Or was my mind just playing tricks, conjuring specters from the depths of my terror? I did not wait to find out. I just ran harder, my legs burning with a desperate, primal need to escape. The journey home felt like an eternity. A gauntlet of fear and paranoia. Every car that slowed down near me, every pedestrian who glanced my way, became a potential threat. I hugged the shadows, my eyes darting, searching for anything out of place. A dark sedan with tinted windows seemed to follow me for a few blocks, its headlights like predatory eyes in my rear view. I ducked into a grocery store, pretending to shop, my heart thumping against my ribs. When I finally emerged, the sedan was gone. Was it ever there, or was it just my mind? Unraveling under the pressure, I pulled out my phone again, my thumb hovering over the contacts. My best friend, Sarah. My sister, Emily. But what could they do? They lived states away. They would tell me to call the police, and then what? Mark had painted a picture of a man, Ethan, who was methodical, patient everywhere. A restraining order had not stopped him. A cross-state move had not stopped him. What good would a phone call do? Now, the familiar streets of my neighborhood, usually so comforting, now felt alien and threatening. The rows of brownstones, the neatly trimmed hedges, the glowing porch lights, they all seemed to mock me, a thin veneer of normalcy over a terrifying reality. I imagined Ethan, or Mark, watching from one of those darkened windows, a silent observer in the night. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. As I approached my own building, a knot formed in my stomach. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. I looked up, my eyes scanning my window. Had I closed the blinds all the way this morning? I usually did, but now it seemed like there was a sliver of light escaping, a faint glow from inside. No, that was impossible. I had not left any lights on. It had to be my imagination, a trick of the city lights reflecting off the glass. But the image stuck. a tiny shard of doubt piercing through my already frayed nerves. I fumbled with my keys at the lobby door, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. The old brass lock seemed to resist, as if it knew the danger I was bringing inside. Finally, it clicked open, and I slipped into the dimly lit hallway, the faint smell of old carpet and cleaning supplies doing little to soothe my racing pulse. The elevator felt too slow, too exposed. I opted for the stairs, my feet pounding a frantic rhythm against the worn steps. Reaching my apartment door, I jammed the key into the lock, twisting it frantically. One click, then another, and another. I engaged every deadbolt, every chain lock until the door felt as secure as a vault. I leaned against it, gasping for breath, the cold metal, a small comfort against my burning cheek. The silence inside my apartment was deafening, a stark contrast to the chaotic symphony of my own fear. I flicked on every light switch I could find, banishing the shadows from my living room, my kitchen, my bedroom. The sudden brightness felt harsh, but it was better than the creeping darkness. I walked through each room, my eyes darting, searching for anything out of place. Under the bed, behind the shower curtain, inside the closets, nothing. Just my familiar belongings, bathed in the stark glow of my paranoia. A fragile sense of relief washed over me. A brief respite from the relentless terror. Maybe I was safe. Maybe I would made it. But then, Mark's words slithered back into my mind. He is everywhere. The relief evaporated, replaced by a fresh wave of dread. I walked to the windows, pulling the blinds down tightly, making sure not even a sliver of light could escape, not even a peek could get in. I drew them so hard the cords snapped, but I did not care. Sealing myself in felt like the only way to keep the outside world, and the horrors it contained, at bay. I walked into the kitchen, my stomach still churning. Mark had mentioned my spice rack. It was a small detail, but it screamed of intimacy, of close observation. I stared at the neat rows of jars, arranged alphabetically, just as I always kept them. Nothing seemed amiss, but then I noticed it. The paprika jar was slightly out of line, a millimeter or two off from its neighbors. It was so subtle, so insignificant, that anyone else would have dismissed it. But I knew I was meticulous about my spice rack. I always put things back exactly where they belonged. My blood ran cold. He had been here. Mark had not just observed who had been inside. My eyes darted around the kitchen. The faint, metallic scent I would noticed earlier, what I would dismiss as my imagination, now seemed to cling to the air. A shiver ran down my spine. I walked slowly to the counter, my gaze falling on the small cutting board I kept next to the sink. It was bone dry. I remembered washing it this morning after making breakfast, but I had not put it away. I would left it to air dry. It should have still been slightly damp. Someone had put it away. Someone had been in my kitchen, touching my things. I backed away slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs again. The apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a mausoleum, a carefully constructed trap. I remembered Mark's chilling words. He has been patient, very patient, and the recently unlocked door, was it my front door? Or was there another entrance I had not considered? A back door, a fire escape. I did not have a fire escape. My gaze fell upon my laptop, sitting on the coffee table in the living room. It was open. I always closed it when I left. Always. I walked towards it, my steps hesitant, as if approaching a sleeping beast. The screen glowed faintly. It was on my desktop, but then a folder was open, a folder I had not touched in months. It was labeled Old Photos. My finger trembled as I clicked it open. Inside, nestled amongst vacation pictures and old college memories, was a new file. It was simply titled masterpiece.jpg. My breath caught in my throat. The compliment was a dagger, twisting in my gut. I clicked on it, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped the mouse. The image that filled the screen was not of me. It was a collage A disturbing, meticulously crafted collage. It was made up of dozens of small photos, zoomed in, grainy shots of me getting my coffee at the shop, but not the one I was at today. My old one, me walking my dog in the park, but from a perspective I would never seen before, like from behind a bush. Me, checking my mail, bending over my spice rack, looking at my phone nervously. Every mundane habit, every unconscious gesture, cataloged and analyzed. But that was not the worst of it. The centerpiece of the collage was a larger image. It was a photo of me sleeping in my bed. My face was turned towards the camera, my eyes closed in peaceful slumber. The angle was from the corner of my room, near the ceiling. A hidden camera. He had been watching me, not just from the outside, but from within my own home. My blood ran to ice. I stared at the picture, a scream building in my throat, but no sound escaped. It was a violation so profound, so utterly terrifying, that it paralyzed me. He had not just been in my apartment, he had been living in my apartment, silently, invisibly, watching my every move. The recently unlocked door was not a mistake on my part. It was his access point. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, making me jump. I snatched it up, my fingers fumbling. An unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at the screen, the caller ID flashing, a stark white against the darkness of my fear. It rang again. I did not answer. I could not. Then a text message popped up from the same unknown number. It simply read, "Did you enjoy your date? He is quite the admirer of my work. Is not he? We make a good team." My vision blurred. Mark was not just working for Ethan. They were partners. A team, and I was their project. Their masterpiece. I dropped the phone, my hands clammy. I needed to get out. Now. But where? Everywhere I looked. I saw his eyes, his presence. My apartment was a tomb, my sanctuary a cage. I ran to the front door, fumbling with the deadbolts, my fingers numb. One click, then another. The chain lock snagged. I yanked at it, my nails tearing. It would not budge. It was stuck, or it had been tampered with. A low, soft chuckle echoed from somewhere behind me. It was not loud, just a whisper of a sound, barely audible over the frantic pounding of my heart. But it was there, and it was not Mark's voice. It was deeper, smoother, utterly chilling. I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. I slowly turned, my eyes darting into the shadows of my own living room. The lights were all on, but the corners still seemed to hold pockets of impenetrable darkness. And then I saw it, near the entrance to my bedroom. A figure emerged from the shadows. Tall, slender, dressed in dark clothing. His face was obscured by the dim light, but I knew him. I knew that silhouette, that stance, that terrifying stillness. Ethan. He stepped fully into the light, and my breath hitched. He had not changed much. The same piercing eyes, the same unsettling smile that never quite reached them. He looked calm, utterly composed, as if he were simply a guest in his own home. "You really are quite beautiful when you are scared," he said, his voice a soft murmur that sent shivers down my spine. "It makes the art so much more vivid." He took a step towards me, then another. I stumbled backward, pressing myself against the locked front door, my hands still clawing at the stuck chain. There was no escape. "Do not worry," he continued, his voice laced with a predatory calm. "You won't be a crime missing person. Not exactly. You will be right here, my masterpiece. Forever." And that is when I felt it. A cold, hard object pressed against the back of my head. Not a gun, but something else. Something heavy and metallic. "It is time to begin the next phase of our project." A voice purred, right next to my ear. It was Mark. He had been waiting behind the door, hidden in plain sight. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The recently unlocked door was not just an access point for observation. It was the door to my own capture. I was trapped, utterly and completely, between the two men who had orchestrated my terror, my life, into their twisted vision of art. My world, my fragile sense of safety, shattered into a million irreparable pieces. And in the darkness that followed, I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was just the beginning of Ethan's masterpiece. And I was its canvas. The next story is just ahead. You know, that feeling, right? That little voice in the back of your head that tells you something is not quite right, even when everything on the surface seems perfectly normal. Most of the time, we push it down. We rationalize. We tell ourselves we are being silly, paranoid. But sometimes that voice is not just a whisper. Sometimes it screams, and when it screams, you better listen. Because sometimes ignoring it can lead you straight into a nightmare you never saw coming. But for me, that nightmare started with a Tinder match. His name was Mark. On paper, he was everything you would want. Charming, witty, polite. We messaged for a few days, and I felt a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, this one would be different. We agreed to meet at the Daily Grind, my usual coffee spot. It is a bustling place, always full of people, and I felt safe there. It was my place. Or so I thought. The moment I walked in, that little voice started to rumble. Mark was already there, settled at my corner table. Not just a corner table, but my specific one, the one I always gravitated towards. Before I could even open my mouth to greet him, the barista, a guy who knew my order by heart, walked right over to Mark and handed him my exact drink. A large iced oat milk latte. My blood ran cold, right there in the middle of the coffee shop. Mark just grinned, a perfect, almost too perfect smile. "I just had a feeling this was your go-to," he said. His eyes, a startling green, holding an unnerving intensity. He added, "Some things you just know." I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he would arrived early, seen me come in before. Maybe he would ask the barista. Or overheard, but the barista had handed it to him like he was expecting him to be me. The unease, sharp and icy, settled deep in my stomach. We sat down, and I tried to force a smile, tried to pretend everything was fine. But my mind was racing. 20 minutes later, the conversation took another turn into the deeply unsettling. "So, you are a librarian at the public library, right?" he asked, casually, as if he was asking about the weather. My jaw tightened. I was certain I had not put that on my profile. I am meticulous about my online presence, especially dating apps. My job was always vague, just education or community services. I asked him how he knew. His answer was evasive. A flimsy story about seeing me walk out of the library on his way to a distant park. It felt like a deliberate lie, clumsy and transparent, yet delivered with a chilling nonchalance. The final hammer blow, the one that shattered any pretense of a normal date, came when he mentioned my private hobby. "You like to paint." Right. Watercolors. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was never online. Not on Tinder. Not anywhere public. I kept my art completely separate. "My Instagram is private," I stated, my voice losing all pretense of cheer. It was a statement, not a question. His momentary falter was barely perceptible, a flicker in those unnervingly green eyes. Then he let out a too loud, dismissive laugh. Funny how the mind plays tricks. Is not it? It was not funny. It was terrifying. I made my excuses quickly, my hands trembling as I fumbled for my purse. I practically ran out of the Daily Grind, the supposed safe haven, now feeling like the most exposed place on earth. I blocked him on Tinder before I even reached my car, my fingers flying across the screen. Then, just to be safe, I deleted the app entirely. I felt a momentary surge of relief, thinking I would dodge the bullet, but that feeling did not last. It was quickly replaced by a cold, creeping dread. That night, sleep did not come easy. Every creak of my old apartment building, every distant siren, made me jump. I kept replaying the conversation, trying to find a logical explanation for Mark's knowledge. There was not one. It was impossible. He knew things he should not know. He knew me in a way no stranger should, and that thought, that realization, was a poison seeping into every corner of my mind. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning crowds, checking my rearview mirror. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, that it was just a bad date, an isolated incident. But the feeling of being watched, of being known, persisted. It was like an invisible weight pressing down on me. One afternoon, I was walking home from the library, lost in thought, when I saw it, a dark blue sedan, parked a block from my apartment building with tinted windows. It was nothing remarkable, just a car. But as I passed, I swore I saw a flicker of movement in the driver's seat. My heart jumped. I quickened my pace, not looking back. When I reached my building and glanced over my shoulder, the car was gone. Coincidence? I whispered to myself, fumbling with my keys. Just a coincidence. But the coincidences kept piling up. A few nights later, I was unwinding, painting a watercolor landscape in my living room, the very hobby Mark had mentioned. The window was open a crack, letting in the cool night air. Suddenly, I heard a distinct scraping sound from directly below my window. It sounded like something being dragged across the concrete. I froze, brush in hand, my breath catching in my throat. I crept to the window, peering out cautiously. The street was empty. The scraping sound was gone, but there, on the sidewalk, directly beneath my window, was a single, perfect red rose. My blood ran cold. I slammed the window shut, my hands shaking so badly I dropped my brush. A red rose, it was such a cliché, such a romantic gesture, but from Mark, it was a terrifying violation. He knew where I lived. He knew my apartment. He knew I was home. Panic set in, real, primal panic. I called my best friend, Sarah, my voice trembling. I recounted everything, from the coffee shop to the rose. Sarah, bless her, was immediately concerned. She told me to call the police, to change my locks, to stay with her. I did call the police. They listened patiently, took down my statement, but without a direct threat, without any evidence of a crime. Their hands were tied. "Madam," the officer said, his voice kind but firm, "he has not actually done anything illegal." "It is unsettling." "Yes, but he has not threatened you. We can't act on a feeling." I understood, but it did not help the terror. I changed my locks the next day, upgrading to a deadbolt and a chain. I bought a security camera for my front door, a small, discreet one. I even invested in a can of pepper spray, which I kept clutched in my hand whenever I walked anywhere alone. But the feeling of being watched did not go away. It intensified. I started noticing subtle changes around my apartment. A book on my shelf, slightly out of place, a kitchen cabinet door, not quite closed the way I would left it. My mail, sometimes, seemed to have been tampered with, though nothing was ever missing. I convinced myself I was imagining things, that stress was making me hyper-aware. But deep down, I knew someone was coming in. One morning, I woke up to a strange smell in my apartment. Faint, but distinct, like a sweet, cloying perfume. Not mine. I searched every room, my heart pounding. Nothing, but the smell lingered. A phantom presence that made my skin crawl. It felt like a territorial marking, a silent declaration. Then came the calls, unknown numbers, always. I never answered. They would ring once, sometimes twice, then stop, no voicemail. Just a silent, persistent intrusion. My phone, once a lifeline, became a source of dread. I felt like a hunted animal, constantly on edge, constantly waiting for the next sign. I stopped going to my usual coffee shop. I started taking different routes to work, varying my schedule. My life, once predictable and comforting, became a maze of evasions and precautions. I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. The fear was a constant companion. a heavy cloak I could not shed. One evening, I was at work, closing up the library. It was late, past closing hours, and the building was eerily quiet. The fluorescent lights hummed, casting long shadows between the towering bookshelves. I was in the back, shelving some returns, when I heard it, a faint creak from the front of the library. My breath hitched. I knew I was alone. I would lock the main doors myself. My colleague had left an hour ago. "Hello." I called out, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the vastness of the empty space. No answer, only the hum of the lights and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I grabbed the heavy metal book cart, pushing it silently in front of me, a pathetic shield. I crept forward, my eyes darting between the shelves, expecting to see a shadow, a figure, anything. I told myself it was just the building settling, the wind. Then I saw it. On the circulation desk, right where I usually sat, was another red rose, and next to it, a small laminated card. It was one of my library cards. Not my personal one, but a blank one, usually kept in a drawer for new patrons. And on it, in elegant, almost calligraphic script, was written, "Still like to paint. The colors are so vivid here." My blood turned to ice. He had not just been outside my apartment, he had been inside the library, my workplace, the place I thought was safe. He had watched me, waited for me to leave, then entered. And he knew about my painting. He was telling me he was everywhere. I did not scream. I could not. A raw, primal terror seized me. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the card, the rose, the empty, silent library. Every instinct screamed at me to run. I bolted. I ran out of the library, not even bothering to lock the main doors, not caring about the alarm I knew would sound. I just ran, blindly, into the night, tears streaming down my face. I did not stop until I reached Sarah's apartment, pounding on her door, gasping for air, shaking uncontrollably. Sarah let me in, her face a mask of concern. I collapsed onto her couch, sobbing, the words tumbling out in a frantic, incoherent rush. She held me, comforting me, letting me cry until the sheer exhaustion of it all finally took over. The next day, we went to the police again, this time with the rose and the card, this time with a clear sign of trespassing. They took it more seriously. They dusted for prints, examined the card. But Mark was clever. No prints, no clear evidence. The library's security cameras were old, grainy, and conveniently, the angle near the circulation desk was obscured. They suggested I move, yet a restraining order, though they warned it might be hard to enforce without a current address for him, or a history of direct threats. I went back to my apartment with Sarah. Everything felt tainted. The sweet, cloying smell was stronger now. I felt his presence in every corner, every shadow. As I packed a bag, my eyes fell on my painting easel, still set up in the living room. On the small table beside it, where I kept my brushes and paints, was a single, tiny, perfectly painted watercolor. It was a miniature of the landscape I had been working on. My landscape, and tucked beneath it, a small, handwritten note, "You are getting better. Keep practicing. I will be watching." That was it. The final straw. I could not breathe in that apartment anymore. I could not live like this. I moved out that very day. Sarah helped me find a new place in a different part of the city, an apartment building with a doorman and multiple layers of security. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I even considered changing my job, but the thought of letting him take everything from me made me sick. Instead, I transferred to a different branch of the public library, miles away from my old one. Life slowly, painstakingly, began to rebuild itself. The constant fear lessened, replaced by a dull, persistent ache of anxiety. I still looked over my shoulder. I still checked my locks multiple times. Every unknown number sent a jolt of fear through me. Months passed. No more roses. No more calls. No more signs of Mark. I started to believe, truly believe, that he had given up, that he had moved on to someone else, another unsuspecting Tinder match. I started to relax, to reclaim parts of my old life. I even started painting again, though never with an open window. One crisp autumn afternoon, I was walking through a park near my new apartment, enjoying the sunshine. I felt a sense of peace I had not experienced in a long time. I sat on a bench, watching the leaves fall, when a small, elderly woman approached me. She was carrying a bouquet of vibrant, freshly picked wildflowers. "Excuse me, dear," she said, her voice soft and kind. "I just wanted to tell you, your painting is absolutely lovely." My heart leaped into my throat. I had not been painting in the park. I had not painted in public for months. I looked at her, confused, my mind racing. My painting? She smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "Yes, the one on the bench. The landscape. It is truly beautiful. So much talent." She gestured to the empty bench beside me. I looked down. There, on the weathered wooden slats, was a small, perfectly executed watercolor. It was my landscape. The exact one I had been working on in my new apartment just last week. The one I thought was safe, hidden away. It was still wet, the colors gleaming in the sunlight. And tucked beneath it, a single red rose. I did not wait for the woman to say anything else. I did not wait to see if Mark was nearby, watching. I just ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I could not run anymore. Because I knew then, he had not given up. He had not moved on. He was still out there, still watching, still waiting, and he always would be. The nightmare was not over. It had just been waiting for me to feel safe again. And that, my friends, is the most terrifying thought of all. Because how do you escape something you can't see, something that knows you better than you know yourself? How do you escape a ghost that is still alive, still breathing, and always, always watching? After a brief pause, the next story takes over. I have always been a pretty careful person. I check my locks twice, never walk alone at night, and always tell a friend where I am going. So when I decided to try Tinder again after a long break, I figured I had my bases covered. I would done the coffee shop dates, the public park strolls, the background checks on social media. I thought I knew what I was doing. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for Mark. I matched with Mark on Tinder a few weeks ago. He seemed normal enough, charming even, in his profile photos. A friendly smile, kind eyes, a few pictures of him hiking with a dog. His bio was short, something about loving the outdoors and good coffee. We chatted for a few days, and he seemed polite, funny, and genuinely interested. We agreed to meet for coffee on a Saturday afternoon at my favorite local spot, the Daily Grind. It was a bustling little place, always full of people, and I felt safe there. But when I arrived at the coffee shop, that sense of safety started to fray, just a little. I walked in, scanning the familiar faces, looking for someone new. That is when I saw him. He was already there, sitting at my usual corner table, the one tucked away by the big window, perfect for people watching. I had not told him it was my usual spot. I just liked it. I figured he got there early and picked a good table. No big deal. I started to walk towards him, a small smile on my face, ready to introduce myself. But before I could even say a word, the barista, who knew me well, walked over to Mark's table. And she was handing him my regular order, a large iced latte with oat milk, before I would even said a word. My smile faltered. Mark looked up, a wide, almost too perfect grin spreading across his face. "Sarah, hey," he said, his voice smooth, a little deeper than I expected from his texts. He gestured to the drink. "Hope you do not mind." I figured I would get a head start, and I just had a feeling this was your go-to. A chill, thin and sharp, snaked its way down my spine. I tried to laugh it off, but the sound felt hollow. "Wow, good guess," I said, forcing a cheerful tone. "That is exactly what I would have ordered." He took a sip of the latte, his eyes a startling shade of green, fixed on mine. They held an intensity that made me uncomfortable. "Some things you just know," he replied, and the way he said it was not playful. It felt like a statement. I sat down, my heart doing a nervous little flutter against my ribs. I tried to push the weirdness aside. Maybe he saw me come in here often. Maybe he overheard me order once. It was a small town. After all, but I would never seen him before. And he would pick my table and my drink without any prompting. We started talking, and for a while things seemed to normalize. He was engaging, asked good questions, and seemed genuinely interested in my answers. He told me about his job as a freelance graphic designer, his love for hiking the local trails, and his golden retriever, Buddy. He was charming, funny, and attractive. My initial unease started to fade, replaced by a cautious optimism. Maybe I was overthinking it. Then, about 20 minutes into our conversation, he brought up my job. "So, you are a librarian at the public library, right?" he asked, taking another sip of my latte. "Yeah, that is right," I said, a little surprised. I did not think I would put that on my Tinder profile. I usually kept it vague. "Just works in education." "How'd you know that?" He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. "Oh, I think it was on your profile. Or maybe you mentioned it in our chats." He waved a dismissive hand. "Does not matter. It just stuck with me. You know, with all those books, you must have some pretty fascinating stories." I frowned slightly. I was almost certain I had not mentioned it. I was very particular about what I put out there. "No, I do not think I did," I said slowly. "I usually keep my job description pretty general." His smile did not waver, but his eyes seemed to glint. "Huh. Well, maybe I just have a knack for guessing. Or maybe I noticed you walking out of the library a few times. It is right on my way to the park." Another prickle of unease. My library was a good 10-minute drive from this coffee shop, and the park he mentioned was even further in the opposite direction from the library. It was not on his way. But I did not press it. I just nodded, trying to appear unconcerned. "Right. Well, it is a good place to work." Quiet. "Oh, I am sure it is," he said, his voice dropping slightly. "I have always found libraries fascinating. All those stories, all that knowledge, just waiting to be discovered, like little secrets, tucked away in plain sight." The conversation shifted, but the undercurrent of strangeness remained. He asked about my hobbies. "You like to paint." "Right. Watercolors." My jaw tightened. "Yeah, I do," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "I dabble." "How did you know that?" This definitely was not on my profile. I would only ever mentioned it to a few close friends, and I certainly had not posted any of my work online. He laughed again, a little too loud this time. "Oh, I saw a picture on your Instagram once. I think a landscape, really pretty." My Instagram was private, very private. Only people I knew personally, or had approved requests from, could see my posts. I felt a cold dread begin to coil in my stomach. "My Instagram is private," I stated, my voice losing its forced cheerfulness. His smile faltered for a split second, then snapped back into place. "Oh, is it? My apologies. Must have been someone else's. I follow a lot of art accounts. It is hard to keep track." He took another long sip of his latte, his eyes still locked on mine. Funny how the mind plays tricks. Is not it? No, it was not funny. It was terrifying. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to leave. My phone was in my purse, but I did not want to pull it out and make him suspicious. I tried to think of an excuse. "Well, this has been great, Mark, but I actually have to, he interrupted, leaning forward, his voice a low, conspiratorial whisper. "I was thinking, since we both love the outdoors and it is such a beautiful day, we could go for a walk. There is this incredible nature preserve just outside of town. It has got these ancient oak trees and a really quiet trail that leads to a hidden waterfall." It is absolutely stunning this time of year. My mind raced. A nature preserve, outside of town, quiet, hidden waterfall, all red flags, flashing brightly in my mind. I barely knew this guy, and he was suggesting we go to an isolated location. The rational part of my brain screamed no, but the polite, conflict-averse part of me hesitated. I did not want to be rude, especially since he would just been so charming. And maybe I was just being paranoid. "Oh, that sounds nice," I said, trying to buy myself time, but I really should be heading home. "I have a few things to do." He leaned back, his smile returning, but it felt predatory now. "Nonsense. A little fresh air will do you good. Besides, I know you have been wanting to explore that area. You mentioned it in a comment on a local hiking group's YouTube post a few months back, remember? Said you loved the look of the old-growth forest and hoped to check it out soon." My blood ran cold. I did remember that comment. It was on a post from a very obscure local hiking group that I would join years ago and rarely checked. It was a throwaway comment, something I would completely forgotten about. How could he know that he was not in that group? I knew all the members, and his name was not among them. This was not a guess. This was not a fluke. He had been watching me. He had been researching me. He knew things that were impossible for a stranger to know. "Mark," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "I really need to go." I started to stand up, fumbling for my purse. He stood up too, moving around the table to stand between me and the exit. His presence felt huge, overwhelming. "Do not be silly. Sarah, we are just getting started. I even brought Buddy with me. He is in the car. He would love a walk." Buddy, his golden retriever, the one from his profile pictures. I felt a wave of nausea. He was using his dog as bait. "No, I can't," I said, my voice firmer now, tinged with fear. "I am sorry. I really have to go." I tried to sidestep him. His hand shot out, not grabbing me but gently resting on my arm. It was a light touch, but it felt like a vice. His fingers were surprisingly cold. "Just a quick walk. Sarah, it will be fun. I promise. We can talk more about your watercolors. I have always admired your use of light in your landscapes. My landscapes, the ones I would only ever painted in my tiny apartment, never shown to anyone, the ones I would only ever told my sister about." Panic flared, hot and sharp, in my chest. This was not a date. This was a trap. "Let go of me," I said, my voice trembling. I tried to pull my arm away, but his grip, though gentle, was surprisingly firm. His smile vanished, replaced by a strangely blank expression. His green eyes, which had seemed so kind in his profile, now looked utterly devoid of warmth. They were like polished stones. "Do not you want to see the waterfall? Sarah, it is really quite spectacular, and I know you will love the way the light filters through the canopy in the afternoon. Perfect for your next painting." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I could feel the eyes of other coffee shop patrons on us, but they were just glancing, probably thinking we were having a lovers' spat. No one seemed to register the subtle terror radiating from me. "No," I whispered, my voice thick with fear. "I do not want to see it." I yanked my arm, harder this time. He let go, but the sudden release threw me off balance. I stumbled back, nearly falling over a chair. "Fine," he said, his voice flat, devoid of its previous charm. "If you insist on being difficult." He reached into his coat pocket. My breath hitched. Was he pulling out a weapon? No. He pulled out a small, crumpled piece of paper. He unfolded it slowly, deliberately. It was a photograph of me. It was not a selfie. It was not from my social media. It was a candid shot. Me, sitting on my porch swing reading a book, wearing my old faded pajamas. My hair was messy. my glasses askew. It was a picture taken from a distance, through the bushes in my front yard. A picture taken without my knowledge. My blood ran cold. The air in the coffee shop, once warm and comforting, now felt frigid, suffocating. My vision blurred at the edges. What is this? I choked out, my voice barely audible. He tucked the photo back into his pocket, his gaze unwavering. Just a reminder. Sarah, I know where you live. I know your routine, and I know you better than you think. He paused, letting the words hang in the air, heavy and menacing. You should have come for that walk. Then, he turned and walked away, his steps slow and deliberate, as if he had all the time in the world. He did not run. He did not rush. He simply walked out of the coffee shop, leaving me trembling. Frozen in place, the image of that photograph burned into my mind. For a long moment, I could not move. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and disbelief. He knew. He had been watching me, stalking me. The Tinder profile, the charming texts, it was all a carefully constructed facade. Finally, my legs started to work again. I stumbled out of the coffee shop, my eyes frantically scanning the street. He was gone. His car, whatever it was gone. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I called 911, my voice cracking as I tried to explain what had just happened. The police arrived quickly. I sat in my car, still shaking, trying to recount the details. They took my statement, asked about Mark's profile, his appearance, everything I could remember. They were sympathetic, but their expressions were grim. They could not find a Mark with that name and description in any local databases. His Tinder profile had vanished. It was like he had never existed. They drove by my house, checked the perimeter, and advised me to install security cameras, change my routine, and be extra vigilant. They said they would keep an eye out, but without a last name, a car, or any real identifying information beyond his first name, their hands were tied. It was a ghost hunt. The days that followed were a blur of fear and paranoia. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every car that slowed down on my street made my heart leap into my throat. I could not sleep. I could not eat. I jumped at every sound. I felt like I was constantly being watched. I changed my locks, bought a security system, and even stayed with my sister for a few nights. But the feeling of being hunted never went away. It was a primal, suffocating fear that clung to me like a second skin. A week later, I was back in my apartment, trying to reclaim some semblance of normalcy. I was making dinner, the TV on for background noise, when I heard a faint scratching sound at my front door. My blood ran cold. I froze, my hand clutching the kitchen knife. The scratching stopped. Then, a soft thud. I stood there, paralyzed, for a full minute. Then, slowly, cautiously, I crept towards the door. I peered through the peephole. Nothing. Just the empty hallway of my apartment building. My heart was still hammering, but I tried to tell myself it was just the wind or a neighbor. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing pulse. I bent down to check under the door, just in case, and that is when I saw it. Tucked neatly under the crack was a single folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I picked it up. It was a small, square note, folded precisely in half. I unfolded it, my eyes scanning the handwritten words. It was a single sentence, written in a neat, elegant script. The light in your studio window is perfect today. A shame you did not go for that walk. My studio window, the one in my apartment, where I painted my watercolors. The one that faced the back of the building, overlooking a small, private wooded area that only I could see from my window. I stumbled back, dropping the note. A choked scream caught in my throat. He was not gone. He was still here. He was still watching. He had been right outside my door. I scrambled for my phone, dialing 911 again, my fingers fumbling. My voice was a terrified sob as I tried to explain, tried to convey the sheer, bone-chilling terror that had just engulfed me. The police came again. They searched the hallway, the stairwell, the building's exterior. They found nothing. No fingerprints on the note, no sign of forced entry, no witnesses. Just me, hysterical, clutching a piece of paper that proved, to me at least, that my stalker was real, and he was getting closer. They told me to be careful, to consider moving, to get a restraining order if I could ever identify him. But how do you get a restraining order against a ghost? Against a man who leaves no trace, a man who knows every detail of your life, but whose own existence seems to evaporate the moment you try to pin him down. I moved. I packed up my entire life, left my apartment, my job, my friends, and moved halfway across the country. I changed my name, got a new phone number, and deleted every single one of my social media accounts. I cut ties with everyone I knew, telling them I needed a fresh start without elaborating on the dark, terrifying reason behind it. It has been 6 months since I moved. I live in a new city now, in a small, anonymous apartment building. I do not paint anymore. I do not go on dates. I do not even use my real name in public. I am a different person, a shadow of my former self, constantly looking over my shoulder, perpetually afraid. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I hear a faint scratching sound at my door. Or I catch a glimpse of a tall figure in the periphery of my vision, just as a car drives by, its headlights illuminating a fleeting shadow. I tell myself it is just my imagination, the trauma playing tricks on my mind. But then I remember the coffee shop, the iced latte, the way his eyes looked like polished stones. I remember the photograph, the note, the impossible knowledge he possessed. And I know, deep down, with a chilling certainty that makes my blood run cold, that Mark is still out there. And he is still watching. He is just waiting. Waiting for the perfect light to filter through my window. Waiting for me to let my guard down. Waiting for me to finally agree to that walk. And I know, with absolute dread, that one day he will find me. And this time, there will be no escape. Now let us continue with the next chapter. So, I finally made it to the daily grind. The bell above the door jingled, a sound that usually felt welcoming, but today it just grated on my nerves. The air inside smelled of roasted beans and something faintly sweet, like vanilla. It was a busy place, filled with the usual afternoon crowd, students hunched over laptops, couples whispering over lattes, the steady hum of conversation, a muffled backdrop. Part of me hoped this anonymity would offer some protection, a shield against the creeping dread I would been living with. I scanned the room, my heart a frantic drum solo against my ribs. And then I saw him, Mark. He was sitting at a small, round table by the window, exactly as he looked in his profile picture kind eyes. A genuine smile, a slight dimple appearing when he noticed me. He stood up as I approached, a gentlemanly gesture that, under any other circumstance, would have been charming. But my hands were already cold, a faint tremor running through them. I forced a smile, my cheeks feeling stiff, like they had not been used in days. As I finally slid into the worn wooden chair across from him, my hands still faintly trembling despite my best efforts, Mark's smile widened. "You know," he began, his voice a smooth, low hum. "I almost expected you to wear that black dress. Good choice with the green, though. It really brings out your eyes." The world tilted. My breath hitched. The black dress. I would spend an entire hour standing in front of my closet, agonizing over it. The black one, sophisticated, understated. Or the green one, a brighter, more hopeful shade. Something to project an image of normalcy. I would chosen the green at the very last minute, hoping it would make me seem less broken. How could he possibly know about the black dress? It was a thought, a private debate in my own head, locked away in my silent apartment, far from any prying eyes. A cold, clammy wave washed over me. My carefully constructed facade, the one I would spend all morning building, shattered into a million pieces. Oh, I managed, my voice a reedy whisper. That is funny. I almost did. I tried to laugh, but it came out as a strangled cough. My mind raced, frantically searching for an explanation. A guess. A lucky shot, but it felt too precise, too intimate. It was the kind of detail he knew, the kind of detail he would weaponize. Mark chuckled, a warm, easy sound that somehow only deepened the chills settling in my bones. Just a hunch. I guess you strike me as someone who appreciates classic elegance, but is not afraid to embrace a little vibrancy. He gestured towards the menu, his eyes sparkling. Can I get you anything? I already ordered us some of their famous cold brew. Famous cold brew. I would mentioned my love for cold brew in a single, obscure tweet years ago, buried deep in my timeline long before I ever thought of Tinder. Just another tiny, almost imperceptible thread in the tapestry of coincidences that was rapidly suffocating me. I swallowed hard. Cold brew sounds perfect. I said, my voice steadier now, but only through sheer force of will. My mind was screaming, a silent internal shriek of terror. This was not a coincidence. This was not fate. This was a trap. He was here, or he had sent someone. The omnipresent dread I would try to escape had just walked into the coffee shop and sat down across from me. We talked. Or rather, Mark talked, and I nodded, offered monosyllabic replies, and tried to keep my breathing even. He was charming, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested in everything I said, even the blandest observations. He knew about my obscure jazz preferences, the indie films I loved, the authors I would only mention in passing. It was like he had been living inside my head, pulling out every hidden detail, every secret preference, and presenting them back to me, as if they were his own discoveries. You know, he said, leaning forward slightly, his gaze unwavering, it is funny how you can feel like you know someone so well just from a few snippets online. Little glimpses into their world, the things they love, the things they fear. He paused, his smile softening. It is like you are watching them, seeing them unravel a little, and you just want to reach out, to offer a hand. My blood ran cold. Watching them, seeing them unravel, that was exactly what he had been doing to me. For 3 days. I would have been huddled in my apartment, watching myself fall apart. Was this a sick game? Was he taunting me? My hands, resting on the cool surface of the table, began to ache with the effort of not trembling. Unravel, I managed, my voice barely above a whisper. What do you mean? He chuckled again. A low, rumbling sound. Oh, just general human stuff, you know. We all have our anxieties, our little fears. Sometimes they build up, become overwhelming. It is fascinating, really, to observe. He took a sip of his cold brew, his eyes still on me, unblinking. Like, I imagine you have been feeling quite isolated lately. A little vulnerable, perhaps. The words were a punch to the gut. Isolated, vulnerable, he was not just guessing. He knew. My apartment had become a glass cage, and I was the subject of his twisted experiment. Every shadow, every creak, every silent phone call had been leading to this moment. This date was not a distraction. It was the final, terrifying piece of the puzzle. I felt a desperate urge to bolt, to run out of the coffee shop and never look back. But my feet felt glued to the floor. What if running confirmed his suspicions? What if it just escalated things? I was in a public place, surrounded by people, yet I felt more exposed, more trapped than ever before. It was like being on a stage, with him as the sole, critical audience. I have been busy, I said, trying to sound nonchalant, trying to project an image of a normal, busy person. Work, you know how it is? Mark nodded slowly, his smile still in place. But his eyes held something else. Now a knowing glint, a predatory gleam that sent shivers down my spine. Of course, work. It can be a great distraction, can't it? From other things. Things that might be closer to home. He paused, his gaze dropping to my hands, then back up to my eyes. Things that might make you feel like your sanctuary is not so safe anymore. My sanctuary became a tomb. That was exactly what I would written in my private journal, hidden deep in my apartment. How could he know those exact words? My blood ran cold, a solid block of ice in my veins. This was not just Mark anymore. This was him. The stalker, sitting right across from me, sipping cold brew, playing the role of a charming Tinder date. I felt a strange, dizzying sensation, like the world around me was a flimsy stage set about to collapse. The aroma of coffee suddenly smelled acrid. The chatter of voices became a menacing drone. I could almost hear the faint rustle of a feather. "I do not know what you mean," I stammered, my voice cracking. My throat felt dry, constricted. He just smiled, a slow, deliberate smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "Oh, I think you do. We are very similar, you and I. We appreciate the finer details, little nuances, the subtle messages." He leaned back, his posture relaxed, almost too relaxed. Like, for instance, the significance of a single, perfect white feather. Do not you think? My heart leaped into my throat, hammering against my teeth. The feather, the one he left on my Riverstone, the one he left on my counter after opening my mail slot, it was his signature, his chilling calling card. My entire body went rigid. There was no denying it now. No more rationalizing, no more pushing down the red flags. This was it. The nightmare had found me. "I have to go," I whispered, pushing my chair back with a loud scrape that drew a few glances from nearby tables. My legs felt like jelly, but adrenaline was pumping through my veins, screaming at me to run. Mark did not move. His smile remained, unwavering, almost amused. "Already, but we were just getting to know each other. I thought you were looking for human connection. A distraction." His voice was soft, laced with a mocking pity. You know, sometimes desperation makes you do stupid things. His words echoed my own thoughts, my own internal monologue from days ago. He had not just been inside my home, he had been inside my head, reading my deepest fears, my most vulnerable desires. He had weaponized my desperation, turning my only attempt at escape into another layer of the trap. "I really have to go," I repeated, my voice stronger now, fueled by a primal instinct to survive. I grabbed my purse, my fingers fumbling with the strap. "Of course," he said, finally standing up, his movements fluid, unhurried. He was taller than I remembered, his presence suddenly overwhelming. "Let me walk you out. It is the least I can do." "No," I blurted out, too loudly. Heads turned. I lowered my voice, forcing myself to calm down. "No, thank you. I am meeting someone. They are waiting outside." It was a clumsy lie, but it was all I could think of. Mark's smile did not falter, but his eyes narrowed just a fraction. "Are they now? Well, I would not want to keep them waiting. But do be careful out there. It is a big, lonely city, and you never know who might be watching." I did not respond. I turned and fled, pushing my way through the tables, ignoring the curious stares. My vision was blurring, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The jingle of the bell as I burst out of the daily grind sounded like a death knell. The street outside was bright, bustling, but it offered no comfort. Every face I saw seemed to hold a hint of Mark's unsettling gaze. Every car that passed felt like it was slowing down, watching me. I hailed the first taxi I saw, practically throwing myself into the back seat. "My apartment," I gasped, giving the address, my voice trembling. "Please, just drive." The ride home was a blur of terror and crushing realization. Mark was not just some random guy who knew too much. He was him, or he was his proxy, his puppet, sent to lure me out, to confirm his absolute control over my life. The Tinder profile, the perfect bio, the coffee shop, it was all a meticulously crafted trap. He had played with my desperate hope, twisted it into another tool of torment. When I finally stumbled through my front door, I locked it, then locked it again, and again, until my fingers were raw. I checked every window, every crevice, every shadow, but I knew it was useless. He had been inside before. He could be inside again. The locks were meaningless. The cameras were meaningless. My apartment, my supposed sanctuary, was now a sealed chamber, and I was trapped inside with my fear. I deleted Tinder, blocked Mark, threw my phone across the room, but I knew it would not matter. He had my number, my address, my face. He had my entire life. The days that followed were a waking nightmare. Every time my phone rang, I jumped. Every creak of the floorboards sent my heart into a frenzy. The silence was no longer unsettling, it was expectant. Like the air before a storm, I could not sleep, could not eat. I just huddled, clutching my knife, staring at the mail slot, terrified of what new horror might appear. And then, it came, not through the mail slot this time. This time, it was tucked under my front door, pushed through the tiny gap, a subtle, almost imperceptible intrusion. I saw it when I went to check the locks for the 100th time. It was a small, perfectly crafted miniature coffee cup, no bigger than my thumb. It looked exactly like the ones they served at the Daily Grind, complete with a tiny, painted logo, and nestled inside, almost invisible against the dark brown interior, was a single perfect white feather. A cold, hysterical laugh bubbled up from my throat. He was not just watching me, he was everywhere. He had followed me home, waited for me to break, and then delivered his final, crushing blow, the coffee cup. The feather, it was a trophy, a symbol of his victory. He had used my desperate craving for human connection, my foolish hope for a sliver of normal, to draw me out to confirm his dominion. I sank to the floor, the miniature cup and feather clutched in my trembling hand. My apartment was no longer a glass cage, it was a coffin, and I was already buried alive. The silence stretched, vast and terrifying, filled only with the frantic pounding of my own heart. He was out there, or maybe he was already in here, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that I would never, ever be truly alone again. Let us move along to the next moment. Someone even before you meet them, just from their online presence. Mark finished, his smile still wide, still too easy. The words, meant to be charming, landed in my gut like a lead weight. My mind screamed that it was a lie, a thin veneer over something monstrous. He was not just observing my online presence, he was inside my life, peeling back layers, dissecting me. The coffee shop, once a comforting hum of conversation and clatter, now felt like a glass cage, every sound amplified, every face a blur of indifferent strangers. I forced another brittle smile, my jaw aching. Right. I managed, my voice a reedy thing. It is crazy how much information is out there, is not it? I tried to sound casual, conversational, like a normal person on a normal first date. But inside, a frantic alarm blared, echoing the frantic drum solo of my heart. I wanted to bolt, I wanted to scream. But my legs felt like concrete, and my throat was constricted, dry. Mark chuckled, a warm, rich sound that only deepened the chill settling in my bones. Yeah, it is. But sometimes, you find things that are not so public, things that really tell you about a person. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes, those deceptively kind eyes, holding mine. Like, for example, your little habit of leaving your apartment door unlocked when you just pop down to the laundry room, or the way you always check under your bed before you go to sleep, even though, nothing's there. The air left my lungs in a silent gasp. My carefully constructed facade did not just shatter, it exploded into a million shards. This was not a guess. This was not an old tweet. This was intimate, terrifyingly intimate. My apartment, my private rituals, these were things I would never, ever shared with anyone, online or off. Things I barely even acknowledged to myself. My hands were shaking so violently now, I had to clench them under the table, digging my nails into my palms, trying to ground myself. What are you talking about? The words were barely a whisper, ragged and weak. My eyes darted around the coffee shop, desperate for an escape route, for a friendly face, for anyone to notice the silent terror radiating from me. But everyone was engrossed in their own worlds, sipping lattes, tapping on laptops, chatting idly. I was utterly alone. Mark's smile did not falter. If anything, it widened, revealing a flash of teeth that suddenly looked too sharp. "Oh, come on. Do not play coy," he murmured, his voice still that smooth, dangerous hum. "It is okay. We all have our little quirks. It is what makes us who we are. And I find your quirks particularly fascinating." He paused, letting the implication hang heavy in the air. "A poisonous fog, like how you always arrange your spice rack alphabetically. Or the small, faded scar on your left hip that you got when you fell off your bike as a kid." My vision blurred. The coffee shop spun. The scar, the spice rack, these were not things you could find on social media. These were things that required proximity, observation, invasion. This was not just a date. It was an interrogation. A public unveiling of my private life, orchestrated by a stranger who knew me better than I knew myself. "You have been in my apartment." I choked out, the accusation a desperate plea for sanity. My voice was trembling so badly, I could barely hear it over the frantic pounding in my ears. Mark's expression shifted. Just for a fleeting second, the kind eyes hardened, a cold glint appearing in their depths. "Not me, personally," he said, his voice dropping slightly, losing some of its easy charm, gaining an edge of something colder, more calculating. "He is very thorough, very particular about details. He," the word echoed in my mind, confirming my deepest, most horrifying suspicion. It was not just Mark. There was someone else, someone who had sent Mark here, like a pawn in a twisted game. My blood ran cold, turning to ice in my veins. "Who is he?" I whispered, my gaze fixed on Mark, trying to decipher the monster behind the polite facade. Mark leaned back, a casual gesture that felt anything but. He took a sip of his cold brew, the very one I would tweeted about years ago. The straw made a soft, slurping sound that grated on my raw nerves. "Oh, Mark said, his eyes twinkling with a dark amusement. "You know him very well. He has been admiring you for a long time. Longer than you think." A name flashed through my mind. A name I would try to bury, to forget. A ghost from my past, a nightmare I thought I would escape. No, it could not be him. He was supposed to be gone, locked away. But the way Mark said it, the knowing glint in his eyes, it felt sickeningly true. "No," I whispered, shaking my head frantically. "No, he is not here. He can't be." Mark chuckled again, a sound devoid of warmth. "Oh, but he is," and he is very excited about this, very excited to finally reconnect. He set his cold brew down, the glass clinking against the table. Sound was deafening in my ears. "He is been watching you every day, every night. He knows your schedule, your friends, your family. He knows your fears, and he knows what you really want." My mind reeled. The black dress, the cold brew, the jazz, the films, the authors, all of it was just the surface. Mark was here to deliver a message, to show me how deep the rabbit hole went. He was here to scare me, to break me. And he was succeeding. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely audible. My eyes darted to the door again, then to my phone on the table. Could I grab it? Could I call someone? But what would I say? My Tinder date knows about my spice rack and a scar on my hip because a mysterious he has been watching me. They would think I was crazy. Mark, with his charming smile, looked perfectly normal. "Oh, I do not want anything," Mark said. his smile returning to its full, unsettling width. I am just the messenger. He wants you to understand that you belong to him, that you always have, and that it is time to come home. My stomach lurched. Home, I repeated, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. To him, where you belong. Mark leaned forward again, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, though the coffee shop was still bustling around us. He misses you, you know. He talks about you constantly. How beautiful you are. How intelligent. How perfectly A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not a date. This was a prelude. A declaration of ownership. My mind screamed at me to get up, to run, to make a scene, but my body was frozen, caught in the headlights of pure, unadulterated terror. The casualness with which he spoke of, my absolute subjugation, was what truly chilled me to the bone. I need to go, I said, pushing my chair back an inch, the scrape of wood against the floor sounding like a gunshot. Mark's hand shot out, not touching me, but slamming down on the table, right next to my phone. The sudden, sharp thud made me jump, a choked cry escaping my lips. His smile vanished completely, replaced by an expression of cold, unyielding resolve. His eyes were like chips of ice. Sit down, he ordered, his voice no longer a smooth hum, but a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine. We are not finished. He would not like it if you left early. He has plans for tonight. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird, desperate to escape. I slowly, reluctantly, sat back down, my body screaming at me to fight, but my mind paralyzed by fear. He had control, complete control. What plans? I managed, my voice trembling. Mark leaned back, his smile returning, though it was now a grotesque parody of warmth. Oh, just a little dinner. A chance for you two to catch up. He has prepared your favorite meal, you know, that obscure Thai dish you mentioned in that old blog post from 7 years ago, the one you deleted because you thought it was too personal. My blood ran cold. The deleted blog post, the one I thought was gone forever. He knew everything. I can't, I stammered, trying to find any excuse, any way out. I have plans. I have to work. Mark chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. No, you do not. He checked. Your boss thinks you have a family emergency. You are free, completely free. The sheer audacity, the depth of his infiltration into my life stole my breath. He had not just stalked me, he would orchestrated my entire day. I was an unwilling puppet, and he was pulling the strings. My gaze fell on my phone again, lying there, a useless brick under Mark's watchful eye. What if I just grabbed it and threw it? Screamed for help. But what if he reacted violently? In this crowded coffee shop, would anyone even believe me? He looked so normal, so charming. I was the one shaking, pale, on the verge of tears. I would look like the crazy one. You are not going to like what happens if you try to leave, Mark said, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. He is very possessive, and he has been waiting for this for a very long time. He has made a lot of sacrifices to be here, to be with you again. Sacrifices, I repeated, the word chilling me. He spent a long time away, thinking about you, planning this, and now that he is back, he is not going to let anything stand in his way. He paused, his eyes drilling into mine. Especially not you. A memory, cold and sharp, pierced through my terror. A newspaper clipping I would try to burn. A face I would try to erase from my mind. The man who had stalked me relentlessly in college, who had broken into my dorm, who had been arrested and sentenced and now, apparently, released. He, my ex-stalker, the one I thought I was finally free from, the one who had driven me to move states, change my number, erase my online presence. He was back. And Mark was his emissary. He is out, is not he, I whispered. The realization, a bitter taste in my mouth. He got out. Mark's smile returned, triumphant and cruel. He is been out for a while, and he has been very busy getting everything ready for you. For us, he leaned back again, his posture relaxed, as if discussing the weather. He has got a lovely place for you. Very secluded. No one will bother you there. Just you and him forever. The word forever echoed in my ears, a death knell. I could not breathe. I could not think. My mind was a maelstrom of fear and despair. This was not just a threat. It was a promise of a life imprisoned, a life of terror, a life where I was nothing more than a possession. Suddenly, a thought, a desperate spark of defiance, flickered in my mind. I need to use the restroom, I said, my voice surprisingly steady, though my hands were still trembling under the table. I really need to... Mark's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing me. He was suspicious. He knew, but he also knew he could not refuse, not without drawing attention. Fine, he said. His voice clipped. But do not try anything stupid. I will be waiting right here. And do not think for a second. I won't know if you try to slip away. He has eyes everywhere. I pushed my chair back again, slower this time, trying to appear calm. I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly, but I forced myself to walk, one foot in front of the other, towards the back of the coffee shop, towards the restrooms. Every step felt like an eternity. I could feel Mark's gaze burning into my back, a physical weight, inside the small, cramped restroom. I locked the door with a trembling hand. The cold tile walls felt like a tomb. I splashed water on my face, gasping for air. My reflection stared back at me, pale and terrified, eyes wide with a desperate fear I had not known I was capable of. This was it. My chance. My only chance. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. I had to call someone. Anyone. But who? The police? What would I tell them? He had not done anything yet, not physically. He would just delivered a message, a terrifying, life-altering message. My mind raced. I could not just walk back out there. He would not let me leave. He would take me. I knew it. The way he spoke, the cold certainty in his eyes, there was no doubt. I looked around the tiny room. A small window, high up, barely big enough for a cat, no escape there. The door was my only way out. But Mark was waiting. Then, I remembered something. A tiny detail from his monologue. He has eyes everywhere. Not just Mark, other people, accomplices, or just the chilling implication that my life was an open book to them. I took a deep, shuddering breath. I had to be smart. I could not just run blindly. I had to create a distraction, a scene, something that would force people to look, to notice. I unlocked the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I stepped out, forcing a smile, trying to appear normal. Mark was sitting exactly where I would left him, his eyes fixed on the restroom door. He smiled, a predatory glint in his eyes. "Ready to go?" he asked, his voice low and confident. "Almost," I said, my voice still trembling, but I tried to project a false calm. "Just need to grab my bag." I walked slowly back to the table, my eyes scanning the coffee shop. There were maybe 20 people, most of them engrossed in their own business. As I reached the table, I did not reach for my bag. Instead, with a sudden surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the closest thing, Mark's half-full cold brew, and with all my might. I threw it, not at him, but across the room, towards a group of students laughing loudly right at their table. The glass shattered with a deafening crash, coffee and ice spraying everywhere. A collective gasp rose from the patrons. Heads snapped towards the sound. People started murmuring, some jumping up, startled. "What the hell?" someone yelled. Mark's eyes widened, his smile instantly gone, replaced by a look of pure fury. "What are you doing?" he hissed, half rising from his seat. This was my chance. With the chaos swirling around us, with everyone's attention diverted, I did not hesitate. I snatched my phone from the table, grabbed my bag, and bolted. I did not look back. I just ran. I burst out of the daily grind, into the afternoon sunlight. The street was busy, cars whizzing by, pedestrians strolling. I did not care where I was going. I just ran. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the fear propelling me was a powerful fuel. Hey, stop! I heard Mark's voice behind me, closer than I expected. He was fast. I glanced over my shoulder. He was weaving through the confused crowd, his eyes locked on me, his face contorted with rage. He was gaining. I swerved around a lamppost, nearly colliding with an elderly woman. Sorry. I gasped, not slowing down. I plunged into a narrow alleyway, hoping to lose him, hoping for a miracle. The alley was dark, smelling of stale garbage and damp concrete. My heart hammered against my ribs. I could hear his footsteps echoing behind me, growing louder, closer. He was right there. I was trapped. At the end of the alley, there was a chain-link fence, too high to climb easily. Dead end. Panic seized me, cold and absolute. I spun around, my back pressed against the grimy fence. Mark emerged from the shadows, his chest heaving but his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. You really should not have done that, he snarled, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. He is not going to be happy. Not at all. He started to advance, slowly, deliberately, like a predator closing in on its prey. My breath hitched. My mind screamed. I had nowhere to go. Stay away from me, I cried, my voice cracking, a desperate, futile plea. He just kept coming, a slow, methodical march that promised inevitable capture. His eyes were fixed on me, no longer kind, no longer charming, just cold, empty, and full of a dark, possessive hunger. As he reached me, his hand shot out, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. His grip was like iron, bruising my skin. I struggled, twisting, kicking, screaming now, real, raw screams of terror. Let go of me. I shrieked, tears streaming down my face. It is no use, he said, his voice calm, chillingly so, despite my struggles. He wants you, and he always gets what he wants. Suddenly, a loud, piercing siren cut through the air, growing rapidly louder. Mark froze, his head snapping up, his eyes darting towards the alley entrance. A police cruiser skidded to a halt at the mouth of the alley, its flashing blue and red lights painting the narrow space in an urgent, chaotic glow. Two officers jumped out, their hands already on their holstered weapons. Police, let her go, one of them yelled, his voice authoritative and clear. Mark's grip on my arm loosened. Just for a second, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. I seized the opportunity, wrenching my arm free with a desperate surge of strength. I stumbled back, nearly falling but managing to put a few feet between us. Mark stood there, momentarily stunned, his eyes darting between me and the approaching officers. His face, once so composed, was now a mask of frustrated rage. "You are making a mistake," he yelled at the officers, trying to regain his composure. "She is my girlfriend. We were just having an argument." "She is clearly distressed, sir," the officer said, taking a step forward. "Step away from her. Slowly." Mark hesitated, then slowly raised his hands, a look of pure malevolence directed at me. He knew I had called them. Or perhaps someone in the coffee shop had. The shattered glass, the screaming. Someone had finally noticed. As the officers moved in, cuffing Mark, I sank to the ground, my legs giving out, my body shaking uncontrollably. Relief, so profound it was almost painful, washed over me, mingling with the lingering terror. "Are you all right?" "Madam," the officer asked, his voice kind as he helped me up. I could only nod, tears still flowing freely. I pointed at Mark, who was now being led away. He said he sent him, my old stalker. He is out. He is back. The officer looked at Mark, then back at me, his expression grim. We will look into it, madam. Can you tell us everything? I nodded again, my voice still caught in my throat. As they led Mark past me, his eyes met mine. There was no more rage, no more charm, just a chilling, empty stare and a faint, almost imperceptible smile. A promise. He knew I was free, for now, but he also knew that he was still out there, and that this was just the beginning. The world, once a place I thought I understood, had been irrevocably shattered, and the creeping dread, the knowledge that I was still being watched, still being hunted, would never truly leave me. The bell above the daily grind might have jingled, but the discordant note in my heart would ring forever. Your next story is moments away, devoid of any warmth, any humanity. My world, which moments ago had been a familiar coffee shop, a safe haven of clattering mugs and hushed conversations, suddenly inverted, the air sucked out of my lungs, leaving me gasping for something that was not tainted by Mark's words. My mind, usually a whirlwind of thoughts, went completely blank, then roared back to life with a single, terrifying name. Ethan. No, it could not be him. He was gone. He was supposed to be a nightmare I would buried years ago. A chapter slammed shut and locked away. The restraining order, the move across the state, the therapy, it was all supposed to have worked. He was supposed to be a ghost, not a living, breathing monster lurking in the shadows of my meticulously rebuilt life. But Mark's eyes, those eyes that had seemed so kind an hour ago, now held a glint that was pure, unadulterated malice. It was a knowing glint, one that told me he was not guessing. He knew. Oh, but he is... Mark repeated, his voice a low, gravelly purr that scratched at my already frayed nerves. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on the table, a predatory smile stretching his lips. He has been patient, very patient, and quite diligent, I might add. Diligence? The word echoed, painting a horrifying picture in my mind, not just observing from afar, but meticulous, methodical invasion. The spice rack, the scar, the unlocked door. These were not details picked up from casual observation. These were details that screamed inside. My hands, still pressed into my palms, felt numb, yet the pain of my nails digging in was a dull throb. I needed to move. I needed to run. But my feet felt glued to the floor. My muscles locked in a terrifying paralysis. The coffee shop, once a comforting cocoon, now felt like a spotlight, highlighting my every tremor, my every forced breath. Why? I managed to croak out, my voice a pathetic whisper. Why are you doing this? Mark chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Me? I am just an admirer of his work. He is an artist, really a connoisseur of intimate details. He paused, taking another slow sip of his cold brew, the ice clinking against the glass like a tiny mocking bell. And you, my dear, are his masterpiece. The compliment was a dagger, twisting in my gut. Masterpiece. The thought of being a project, an object of someone's twisted obsession, made bile rise in my throat. I glanced around, desperate. People were laughing, talking, lost in their own worlds. No one noticed the terror radiating from our table. No one would help. I was utterly alone. He is very particular, Mark continued, oblivious to my growing dread. He liked the way you always ordered the same coffee, a double-shot latte, extra hot. He liked the way you always checked your phone right after you sat down, but never actually scrolled, just looked at the screen. He said it showed a charming nervousness. My stomach churned. Every mundane habit, every unconscious gesture, it had all been cataloged, analyzed, turned into a data point in Ethan's horrifying dossier on me. The thought was sickening, invasive. He wants to reconnect, Mark said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, as if sharing a secret, but this secret was a death sentence. He feels you have been apart for too long. And he believes you have been sending him signals. Signals. I practically choked on the word. What are you talking about? I have not contacted him in years. Mark leaned back, a smug expression on his face. Oh, not directly, of course. He knows you are too clever for that. But your online presence, your subtle hints, the way you posted about a new local coffee shop, then showed up here, the way you mentioned, starting fresh on your profile, but then used the same old profile picture from when you two were together. My mind reeled. The profile picture, it was an old one, yes, from before everything went south with Ethan. I would kept it because I liked how I looked in it, how carefree I seemed. I never imagined it could be interpreted as a message. He sees patterns, Mark concluded, his eyes fixed on mine. He sees meaning, where others might just see coincidence. And he believes this date was meant to be. My blood ran cold. This Tinder date, set up with a stranger, a seemingly normal guy named Mark, was never just a date. It was a trap, a carefully laid snare. I need to go, I whispered, finding a sliver of strength, a desperate urge to flee taking root. I started to push my chair back, the legs scraping loudly against the tiled floor. Mark's hand shot out, not touching me, but slamming flat on the table, directly in front of my hands. The sudden, sharp sound made me jump, my heart hammering against my ribs. Not yet, he said, his voice firm, no longer playful. We are not finished. He has a message for you. My breath hitched. A message from Ethan. He wants you to know that he understands you are scared, Mark said, his eyes now devoid of any emotion, like polished stones. He knows you will try to run, and he wants you to know it won't work. He is everywhere. A shiver of pure terror raced down my spine. Everywhere, the word hung in the air, thick and suffocating. It meant he was not just in my apartment. It meant he was outside. He was watching. I finally found the strength to yank my hands away from the table, pushing my chair back with a violent scrape. I am calling the police, I snarled, my voice shaking but laced with a desperate defiance. Mark merely smiled, a cold, empty gesture. You are welcome to try, but by the time they arrive, you will be gone. And they will find nothing. No evidence. No forced entry. Just a missing person. He paused, his smile widening. He is very good at making people disappear, or at making them want to disappear. That was it. The last shred of my composure shattered. I bolted. I did not care about the stares, the dropped spoon, the spilled coffee someone might have. My legs, though wobbly, propelled me forward, a frantic, uncoordinated dash towards the exit. The bell above the door jingled mockingly as I burst out into the afternoon sun, the sudden brightness momentarily blinding me. I did not look back. I could not. All I could feel was the burning sensation on my skin, the phantom touch of Mark's gaze, the certainty that he was watching me flee. My lungs burned, each breath a ragged gasp. I ran down the sidewalk, pushing past startled pedestrians, my mind screaming, "Get home! Get safe! Get inside!" But even as the thought formed, a chilling counter-thought whispered safe. You are never safe. The street felt alien, hostile. Every parked car seemed to hold a lurking figure, every shadow, a potential hiding place. I imagined Mark still at the coffee shop, a satisfied smirk on his face, watching my frantic escape. Or worse, already gone, a step ahead, orchestrating the next phase of Ethan's twisted game. I reached the corner, my chest heaving, a stitch in my side. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. Nothing, just the usual hustle and bustle of the city. But the relief was fleeting. My paranoia was a living thing, squirming in my gut. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like an animal caught in the open. My apartment building was only a few blocks away, but it felt like miles. Each step was a struggle, my legs heavy with dread. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear. I needed to call someone, anyone, but then I remembered Mark's words. He knows you will try to run. It won't work. What if my phone was already compromised? What if calling someone just put them in danger too? The thought of involving my friends, my family, in this nightmare was unbearable. Ethan had a way of isolating his victims, of making them feel like they could not trust anyone, could not tell anyone. That was his power. I reached my building, a generic brick structure that usually felt so anonymous and safe. Now it loomed like a fortress under siege. I jammed my key into the lock, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it. The door swung open, and I scrambled inside, slamming it shut behind me. The lobby was empty, the air still and cool. I pressed the elevator button repeatedly, desperate for it to arrive. The slow ascent felt like an eternity, each floor a ticking second closer to what... Finally, the doors opened on my floor. I practically fell out, fumbling again for my apartment key. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo echoing in my ears. I twisted the key, pushed the door open, and practically dove inside, slamming and locking it with a series of frantic clicks. I leaned against the door, panting, my eyes darting around the familiar space. My living room, my kitchen, my bedroom, just down the hall. Everything looked normal. The soft light of the afternoon sun filtered through the blinds. The scent of my half-eaten breakfast from this morning still lingered faintly. But it was not normal. It could not be. Mark's words, Ethan's omnipresence. It had shattered the illusion of safety. I walked slowly, cautiously, through my apartment, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak of the floorboards louder. I checked the windows, ensuring they were locked. The balcony door, the back door, unused but still a potential entry point, all locked, or so they seemed. Then I saw it. On my coffee table, next to the remote control, was a small, delicate white lily. It was not there when I left this morning. I hated lilies. Ethan knew I hated lilies. He used to send them to me every time we had a fight, a twisted peace offering. My blood ran cold. He had been here after I left the coffee shop, or perhaps even before. The thought that he could have been here, watching me get ready, watching me leave, sent a wave of nausea through me. I picked up the flower, my fingers trembling. The petals were soft, almost velvety. A tiny, folded note was tucked into the stem. My name, written in elegant script, was on the front. Ethan's script. I unfolded it, my eyes scanning the words, each one a hammer blow to my fragile sanity. My dearest narrator's name. I know you are upset, but you left the door unlocked again. Such a charming habit. Do not worry. I have secured it for you. I just wanted to remind you how much I care, how much I have missed you. We have so much to catch up on. I will be seeing you very soon. Very, very soon. All my love, Ethan. The note slipped from my fingers, fluttering to the floor like a dead leaf. He had been here. He had locked my door. Not to protect me, but to trap me. My apartment was not a sanctuary, it was a cage. My eyes darted to the door I had just locked. He had secured it. What did that mean? Had he changed the locks? My key felt like a useless piece of metal in my pocket. Panic, raw and unadulterated, seized me. I needed to get out. Now. But where? And to whom could I go? He had said he was everywhere. I grabbed my phone, my fingers flying to dial 911. But as my thumb hovered over the call button, a text message popped up. An unknown number. Do not bother, my love. The police won't help you. Not now. Not ever. This is our time. My hand froze. My phone was compromised. He was watching my every move, every attempt to reach out. I dropped the phone on the couch, backing away as if it were a venomous snake. My gaze fell on the lily again, then to the note. Very, very soon, was he still here, hiding, watching from the shadows of my own home? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I was not alone. I had not been alone since I stepped into this apartment. "Ethan," I whispered, my voice barely audible, a pathetic plea to the empty air. "Are you here?" Silence. Only the frantic thumping of my own heart answered. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to calm myself, trying to think. I needed a weapon. Something? Anything? My eyes scanned the kitchen. A heavy frying pan, a sharp knife. I crept towards the kitchen, my movements slow, deliberate, as if I were moving through quicksand. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, every creak of the floorboards, every settling groan of the building sounded like a footstep. I grabbed the heaviest pan I could find, its cold metal, a small comfort in my trembling hand. I felt a sliver of strength, a desperate urge to fight. Then, a low, guttural growl echoed from the living room. My blood froze. It was not human. It was something else. Something animalistic. I spun around, my pan raised, my eyes wide with terror. And there, in the corner of my living room, half hidden by the large armchair, was a black, hulking shape. Not a person. It was a dog. A huge, muscular Rottweiler, its teeth bared in a silent snarl, its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. I did not own a dog. I hated large dogs. Ethan knew that too. He used to tease me about it. The dog took a step forward, a low rumble emanating from its chest. Its eyes were fixed on me, unwavering. It was trained to guard, trained to keep me here. My pan felt useless, a child's toy against this beast. "No," I whispered, backing away slowly, my gaze fixed on the dog. "Stay back." The dog did not move, but its growl intensified, a low, menacing sound that vibrated through the floorboards. Then, from the hallway leading to my bedroom, I heard a sound, a soft, deliberate chuckle. It was not Mark's chuckle. It was deeper, more familiar, more terrifying. "He is a good boy, is not he? My love." Ethan's voice, smooth and chillingly calm, drifted from the shadows. "Very protective. He will make sure you do not go anywhere." My breath hitched. He was here. He had been here all along, hiding, watching, waiting. I could see a faint silhouette in the dim light of the hallway. Tall, lean, the shape I remembered from my nightmares. "Why?" I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. "Why are you doing this?" Ethan stepped into the living room, his face still mostly obscured by shadow, but I could see the glint in his eyes. He held something in his hand, a small, familiar object, my old teddy bear, Barnaby, that I would had since childhood. I had not seen him in years. It was in a box in the back of my closet. "Because you belong to me." Narrator's name, he said, his voice soft, almost tender, but laced with an undeniable menace. "You always have, and now we can finally be together again. Forever." The dog took another step forward, its growl deepening. Ethan smiled, a slow, terrifying smile that stretched across his face, revealing teeth that looked too sharp, too white in the gloom. I was trapped in my own home with a monster from my past and his loyal beast, and a world that felt suddenly very, very small. The nightmare was not over. It had just begun, and I knew, with a bone-chilling certainty, that I was not going to wake up from this one. Not ever. You have been listening to Daily Story, where real experiences are shared with honesty. We are grateful you chose to listen today. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. We appreciate your presence more than you know.